Hey, Warren, can I
All
say
right.
something real quick before we get going?
Yes.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 4. Thanks again for being here. Um, hey, real quick, when this is all over and you guys go back to your respective commands, I just want to reiterate, I said it in an email yesterday, the day before. Hey, do what you can to stay connected. Make sure if you guys are, don't, if nobody has a problem with me passing along your information, I will make it available to you guys. Okay, I'll send an email that has all your email address and names. If you want to give out your phone numbers, you can do that yourself. I think email address is pretty safe. But it's always great to be able to reconnect because in this environment, things feel really awesome. You're like-minded. You all asked to be here. You're hearing things that you thought maybe you were missing it on. You're like, oh my God, other people think the same way as me. It's not just me. And you're going to go back and you're like, okay, this seems so much better in the class. How come it doesn't seem to be working here? And so it's great to tap into what other people are going through and what you're experiencing. Okay. And, um, and then I would appreciate if you give your, depending on your relationship with your, your chief and your senior enlisted advisor, CMC, give them whatever feedback that you thought about this, good or bad. Hopefully it's good. And then I have not gone to look at the link I sent out the other day, and I'll send it again once more tonight. But if you can, go back and give us your input on that little survey form I made. So with that, again, thanks everybody, and have a great last day.
All
Oh,
right.
ma'am.
So good morning and happy Friday Eve. So great last 3 days with you all. Today is our final day. Really excited to see what today's briefs have to offer. So before I get started, some admin notes. I sent you guys a link to share the Excel sheet that has you guys' name and information on there. From that sheet is what I'm pulling to do your certificates. So right now, I do not have any warfare devices. It's not required to have warfare devices on your certificate, but if you don't edit that sheet, then you won't have any warfare devices on your certs. Please make sure the spelling of your name is correct. If not, go into the sheets. You can edit it. I gave you all access to edit. So just go in there and update anything. There were a few of you guys that were let into the class after we sent out the big email. So if your first name is missing in some of your information, if you can go ahead and fill that in for me as well, okay? So going to the homework that we put out yesterday, who would like to volunteer what order they put their sailors and state why?
All right. So for mine, after the scoring was done, I had CS1 Hamilton as the top. He's a sailor of the year. He had a lot working for him. There was very minimal things that I even had to question on his. The second one I had was YN1 Jones. I didn't realize that medically exempt was the M. It took a moment for me. Maybe I was tired or something like that. Lack of sleep over the past week with you guys. Love y'all. Um, I put BM1 Scott as my third. And this is like the first two kind of those two just felt like bam, no problem. The other ones are where I started to have issues. So like I put BM1 Scott as my third. The only issue I saw with his was he was missing education, but he had a lot of major points. I put CTR1 Hester as my fourth place because his was definitely lacking. I don't know if it was lack of things he put on there or lack of someone moved it, but like it looked like it was some minimal information. And he got fourth over fifth because the fifth person, OS1 LoJack, failed his PRT. And it was hard for me not to give OS1 LoJack fourth, if not third, because he hit every bullet super strong, but he had that failed PRT. And he was the only one that was dual qualified. He had his degree. He hit everything strong, but that failed PRT to me, I don't think you can, in my opinion, deserve an MP or an EP if you fail your PRT. It's a mission ready essential. You have to be ready for the mission. If you can't pass your PRT, and the PRT is easy. I'm a fat kid. If I can pass it, anyone can pass it. I mean, there might have been extenuating circumstances. He might have been injured, but it's his duty, especially being a first class, that if he can't like communicate that and he fails, it's on him. So that's where I came with my 5.
Okay, who had something different?
I have, hold on. I have CS1 for the first one at 85 points. I have YN1 number 2 at 81 point. I got, who is that? Hesser? Who is Hesser? Hesser, Leslie.
CTR1.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I have, yeah, that was my third pick. My fourth one is BM1 at 65. And then my last one is OS1 because the PRT failure. Yes, because I have the number 4. It was a, let me see. Yeah. Number 4 is the BM1 and number 3 was Hesser. The difference is because like the C, because I labeled them and I, grade them. He was not active participant. I don't remember if it's the JPOA, like he was not like the first class. He was not active at that one. And for Hesser, he had a 0 on number E. I'll have to go back to see what E was. So yes, and OS1, yeah, he failed the PRT. So that was, yeah. So YN1, why YN1? It was something about YN1, but he had number 2. But the CS1 is because everything hit all from A to G. Yeah, from A to G, he nailed it. And it was 85, and then YN1 was 81. I think the other difference was because CS1 was dual qual, YN1 is not dual qual. And YN1 has a 2 on number E. I don't know what, yeah, I'll have to go back to that, but.
Okay, let me get one more. Who had something slightly different?
I actually, for both of them, I was a little confused because when I did mine, I had YN1 as the number 1. I couldn't find anything really wrong with what was written about them.
Okay, let me
They were
see.
extremely well rounded. And I actually had OS1 low jack as my number 2. And I know that the PRT failure would probably set them back as far as military bearing goes, but everything else that they had was extremely well rounded. They volunteered, they had like a lot of education, their leadership was through the roof.
Yeah, no medal.
And then I had BM1 third. And that originally I thought was going to be the best. And then I kept reading them and these were a little bit hard, but I had CTR1 Hester third. And then I actually had CS1 last. There wasn't a lot of, there was a lot of equal opportunity. There were command involved, but I didn't see a lot of like what they did as far as job performance goes. There was a lot of extracurriculars, but that was my 2 cents on it.
All right, guys, we have enough time to hear one more person if anybody has anything different.
Who's Hester?
Everyone is about the same on that, or did someone have anything different?
Hester, CTR.
Can you hear me?
Yes, YN2, go ahead.
I had CS1 Hamilton as EP, obviously. He's helping us sailors. He's active in the community and he's making the Navy better with his ideals. The hardest part for me was YN1 Jones and BM1 Scott fighting in my head for the second and third spot. I gave both of them EP and I rounded YN1 Jones at number 2. He's growing himself. He's working outside of his rate effectively and leading his people. BM1 Scott, he had a high command impact and he assisted sailors, but I don't think he was as active in the community. I can't really remember. OS1 LoJack was my number 4. I feel like he might have been MP before. I know you're not supposed to go down, and you don't get the military bearing hit until your second failed PRT consecutive. But he would have got a page 13 for his failed PRT. So that would have been justification to move him from an MP to a P, because BM1 and Y1 was pretty much killing it. And CTR1 Hesser, he come in last for me. I gave him a P. He's not really involved in growing his junior sailors. He's pretty much just doing his job. He's not volunteering or doing anything like that. So that's where my standings were.
Awesome. That's some great feedback from everyone. Hearing the differences in everyone's how they ranked the personnel, can you see how evals are really based off of someone's opinion? You see how it's really easy for people to feel like, well, I deserved this or that, and everyone views their record differently and prioritizes different things within each record. So that's just a little bit of insight to ranking boards, and just imagine that with sometimes 80 or more sailors, and it can be really tough to really weed through what's the most important thing to a command, or what, setback a sailor had versus their work ethic, or, things like that. So as much as it's really tough to get through thinking like, I deserve that EP, and maybe you got an MP or something like that, really focus on the write-up, because that's what's truly telling boards like what you're doing and how you're taking care of your sailors and your command impact. That is truly, there's no limit on what you can express on your write-up. There's a limit on how many EPs and MPs we can give, but you can really be thorough with that write-up. Is there anything that you wanted, any of the other first classes or facilitators wanted to add to that?
Yeah, so a lot of the times that's why your LPO or your chief may ask you, hey, even though you may feel as if it's not important, or even though you may feel as if it wasn't that big of a deal, by all means, make sure it's on your brag sheet. Make sure it's somewhere where I can read it, because you might think that, oh, hey, I volunteered to all these places, but this one's important, this one's not really important. But at the same time, when we're sitting in ranking boards, we're fighting for you and we're talking about you, it's not just going to be like, hey, this person volunteered for just this. Now I've got a list to go by of everything that you've done within that time frame. So just keep that in mind too. Don't ever think that something's too little or too minuscule, because again, when it comes down to it and you're neck and neck with someone else, you may not know, but maybe that's what sets you apart.
Yeah, and I'd say the biggest thing for experience too over the years when it comes to rankings, it's best to not go into that and have that approach of an expectation. I think that too often we let ourselves down if we expect something. When you set yourself up to think that you deserve something, I expect this EP, I expect this, but you don't know what's going on that board, and you don't really 100% sure know what's going on to your right or your left. You kind of know your peers, you kind of know what they're doing, but in my experience, a lot of people are really good at hiding other things that they're doing as well. So you need to focus just on what you're doing and make sure that you have proof. Don't just write it in your brag sheet, but you have nothing to back it up outside of that. If it's work stuff, that's great. But if you're doing stuff also outside of work, you need to have documentation to prove that besides your brag sheet. You can't tell me I'm going to school, but I don't have an unofficial transcript to prove that. You can't tell me I'm volunteering, but you don't even have an email to prove that you even went to an event. You got to have that substance to back that up. Otherwise, it's just, you said that you did it, but how come this other person over here has proof of it? That's what it ends up boiling down to. but just try not to have those expectations of what you think you deserve, because you'll end up being disappointed.
Absolutely. Thank you all for my first classes. You guys hit it definitely right on the nail. And, you know, again, you don't know what somebody else has. And as you guys can see with this exercise, how it's written matters, right? You know, there are some things on there that says, hey, I can give a point for this, but this guy explained way more what he did as an LPO versus the other one. So you can only give credit to what you see. So it kind of all goes back to how much I guess you can say, how much work do you put into your brag sheet? How much work do you put into your eval? Because when we go on these ranking boards, I tell my peers all the time, I don't care what you think the guy does. I'm looking at what's on paper, and that's what we're scoring. And that's what we're using to move people up and down. So just keep that in mind at the E5 level up to the E6 and E7. Make sure you guys are doing your sailors justice and put every piece of information in. You should be going into the ranking boards as if that eval was coming out signed, hands down. That's how you're going to be successful for yourself and for your sailors. Okay. So we're going to get into some of our heritage questions today. Before we start our first topic, we're going to get through everybody. I've been keeping tabs on who has not done it. So let's kick it off. Who's going to be first? And then we're going to go with these heritage questions for about 10 to 15 minutes. All right. All right. Who's first?
I can go. My question was, who was John Young? John Young was a naval officer and an astronaut. He joined the Navy in 1952 after getting his bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering from Georgia Tech. And then he applied to become a pilot, but he was selected to be a gunnery officer on board the USS Lost during the Korean War. So after his first deployment, he finally got orders to go to flight school to become a pilot, what he originally wanted. And then that was at Naval Air Station Pensacola. And then he graduated from flight school in 1954. After he graduated flight school, in 1962, he set the world time to climb record using the F4 Phantom. And so he retired from the Navy in 1976 as a captain, but he still continued on his still being an astronaut. So one of his notable things that he did was he was the 9th person to walk on the moon. He was the longest serving US astronaut. He served as an astronaut for 42 years from 1962 to 2004. And he became the first person to fly into space 6 times. And then unfortunately he died in 2018, just recent, like 2 years ago. But yeah.
Thank you. Who's next? Good job.
I'll go. So I had, where did frocking come from? Well, what is frocking? It's when a commissioned or non-commissioned officer makes the next pay grade, they're in essence frocked to the next pay grade. Where did it come from? Back in during the Age of Sail, which is during the 16th through the 18th century, officers would they would make the next pay grade and they would have to leave like their duty station or go to a next ship. So what they had was like it's called a frock coat, which is in essence, it's just like the pea coat that we have now. They would leave it behind for the next person to come in and take that current rank and position. So then they would pretty much just wear the same thing. So that's where frocking came from. That was about it.
Good job, LS2. Next.
I'll go. So my question was, when was the aviation ordnance rate established? And officially it was established in 1926, but it was actually derived April 1915, where a chief gunner's mate and another chief, and other mechanics. I'm just reading my little notes that I have here, so sorry. They were sent to Pensacola to work on an aircraft armament and ordnance system, which is the bomb room, the bomb holding rooms and things like that. And after the Navy accepted their first aircraft, which is Curtiss Triad, which is a hydroplane, in 1911, they started early bomb tests in 1913, which led to the official gunner's mate aviation rate, not yet the aviation ordnanceman, in 1918, and it was shortly cut in 1921. But then they revamped the program through Congress, June 4th, 1920. And it was gunner's mate assigned to aviation. So it was either surface type gunner's mate or it was aviation. So it hadn't figured out aviation ordnanceman yet. Then in conclusion, 1926 to current day is when it was established, where 4 petty officers in the grades of chief, first and second and third class, March 2nd, 1926, became its own rating within the aviation branch, and it was only filled with personnel that primarily served as gunner's mates and torpedo men, only assigned exclusively to aviation. And their insignia is a winged flame spherical shell that incorporated into the uniform regulations in 1927.
Great job, Wine, too. Who's next?
I'll go. So I had who was the Navy's first chief, and the earliest term for chief petty officer dates back to 1776 on board the Continental Navy ship Alfred, when the title chief cook was given to cook's mate Jacob Wasby. This was an informal designation noted Wasby as the foremost ship's cook, but was not officially recognized nor consistently used throughout the Navy. And that was it for that.
All right, thank you. Good job. Who's next?
I'll go next. My person was on who is Clyde Lassen. Clyde Everett Lassen, born March 14, 1942, a native of Fort Myers, Florida. He graduated from Venice High School, Inglewood, Florida, in 1960. Lassen enlisted in the United States Navy on the 14th of September, 1961. He served as an aviation electrician's mate, third class AT-3. In 1964, he was accepted as a naval aviation cadet at NAS Pensacola. On completion of flight training, Lassen was commissioned an ensign and awarded the wings of a naval aviator. Later on, Ensign Lassen married Miss Linda Barbara Swan in October 1965. As a lieutenant, he received the Medal of Honor for his rescue of 2 downed naval aviators while piloting a search and rescue helicopter in Vietnam. Lieutenant Lassen became the first naval aviator and fifth Navy man to be awarded the Medal of Honor for bravery in East Asia, Vietnam. He was also only of 3 naval aviators to be awarded the Medal of Honor in Southeast Asia, along with Captain Ensign and Rear Admiral James Stockdale, and the only rotator wing aviator to be awarded the Medal of Honor in Southeast Asia. President Johnson presented the Medal of Honor to Lieutenant Lassen at the ceremony at the White House on January 16, 1969. He remained in the Navy and retired in December 1982 with the rank of a commander. Commander Lassen donated his Medal of Honor to the National Naval Aviation Museum in June 1993. And then we got in 2001, the destroyer USS Lassen was commissioned and named in his honor.
Great job. Who's next?
I'll go. So my heritage question was, who was Matthew Perry? Matthew Perry, Commodore, was born April 10, 1794, excuse me. He entered the Navy at the age of 16 from a letter of recommendation from his father, who was a Revolutionary War Navy officer. He served aboard his brother's ship. In 1833, he commanded the Brooklyn Navy shipyard and focused on several projects, one including steam power. His love for steam power, he became an advocate and pioneer of using steam power vessels. With that being said, He served as commanding officer of the first U.S. steamship, the Fulton. On the ship, he led naval squadrons to Africa to suppress the slave trade in 1843. He commanded naval forces during the Mexican War from 1846 to 1848. Let me see what else. He led the exploration of forces in Japan in 1853 to 1854 to enter into trade and diplomatic relationships with the West after more than two centuries of isolations. With his efforts, the United States became an equal power with Britain, France, and Russia in the economic explosion of the East Asia.
Great job. Who's next?
I'll go next. Okay, so you guys, my question was a three-parter. It was when were right arms established and de-established, and what was the purpose of the right arms rates? So a little bit of background about our rating and uniforms. Enlisted uniforms were developed largely as a product of the sailor or service members' surroundings, both geographically and technically. So whatever it was at the time, like if they were in like a foresty war zone, they would have like a hatchet or anything that could help them survive whatever terrain that they were in. They were different from the officer uniforms because the officer uniforms usually just reflected the social status of that officer. They weren't really as handy for like combat to combat situations or whatever terrain they were in, because most of the officers usually led from behind and not out in the front lines. Each item was originally represented either to the need for protection against the element or to create distinctions amongst the growing Navy. So there are a couple of different dates on when the right arm rate was officially established, because on February 19, 1841, sleeve marks were introduced to be worn halfway between the shoulder and elbow on the front part of the sleeve. So now we have it on the side, but before it was just only in the front part of the sleeve. And they were worn by bosun's mates, gunner's mates, carpenters, MAs, ship stewards, which are NCSs. They all wore the eagle facing left with the wings pointed down on top of a fouled anchor. Then in the year 1886, there's no day or month listed from historynavy.mil. The regulations changed and specified that petty officers of the starboard watch wore the rating badges on the right and the port side watches wore on the left. That started to have a lot of confusion on what each person did. So it got revamped again on January 25th, 1913. The location was changed so that the watches didn't dictate where the badges were worn. It was only that the right arms were worn by the men of the seaman branch only, and that's the reason why we have the rating badges in the first place. And the left arm rates were for enginemen like myself, like EMs, artificers like nav or any of those, and then other petty officer rates. And that's it. That's all that I have.
Great job, aim 2. 4 more.
Yeah, I can go next. I couldn't find anything too extensive on this question, but my question was, who was Sarah Gomez? And she was on board the USS Cole during the October 2000 USS Cole attack. She was an IT-2 at the time. When the ship was attacked while being refueled in Aden, Yemen, we call it loss of FACON. I'm pretty sure that's what all the information was trying to say. She went straight up, she took the initiative upon herself, and she went to radio and tried to establish comms or some means of communication with somebody, any other unit out there. She worked for 5 hours straight. She talked about how She was praying the whole time. She was just praying that someone out there knew what had happened to her. Well, to them, to the ship. She was a key player in actually establishing comms with higher authority and maintaining it. She received a NAM for this, and I know she made it up to Master Chief, and she was actually the Command Master Chief of the USS McFall in 2015. I'm not sure after that. I couldn't find anything else on her after that, but that was my question.
Great job. I know with previous classes with her, some of the sailors reached out to her. I don't know if she's still active duty, but I know previous classes they were able to get in touch with her. So it may be probably pretty cool if you can look her up and reach out. That'd be awesome. All right, 3 more.
Good morning, everyone. My question was, what was the significant event involving the U.S. Navy during the Spanish-American War? I legit read 5 different articles. The one thing that kept popping, a lot happened during this time, but the one thing that kept popping up was the USS Maine was destroyed at Havana, Cuba. Also, the Spanish-American War lasted from April to July of 1898. It was a short but very intense conflict that ended Spain's worldwide empire and gained the US several new possessions in the Caribbean and Pacific. It also featured 2 major naval battles, one in the Philippines and the other one off Cuba. And the Navy provided essential support for the Army and the Marine forces ashore during this time. The Spanish-American War marked the beginning of an extremely dynamic period in the Navy's history. That's what I found.
Thank you. Good job. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Good job, HM2. 2 more.
Mine is long.
Yours is long? Maybe 1 more. No. Let's go CS2.
Oh, man. I'm practicing my public speaking. Okay. Mine was, who was John Kennedy? I had to do a lot of research because my CEO is very big about John Kennedy. He's very big, and you have to know everything about him. And he made us watch movies. So I'm not really familiar. I'm not really, I don't know a lot about American history because I wasn't raised here. So I might skip a lot because it's 5 pages. Okay, so John Kennedy was that was not my question. My question was, what president served in the United States Navy? It was John Kennedy. That was my question, my bad. So who was John Kennedy? John Kennedy was the 35th president, born May 29, 1917 in Brookline, Massachusetts. His nickname was Jack. He was the second oldest out of 9 children. He went to a Catholic school, boarding school in Connecticut. He was basically, he was like very flirtatious, like a playboy, basically. He only worried about girls and sport. That was his thing. So, but during his childhood, he was very sick. So he had colds, flu, scarlet fever, and more disease that they don't even know. That was undiagnosed. So that led him to miss a lot of school days. But after he graduated, he went to Princeton. He did a summer at Princeton. Then he transferred to Harvard University in 1936. He was charming, handsome. So he went back to his Playboy moment. Shortly after graduation from Harvard, he joined the Navy, and he was assigned to a command patrol torpedo boat in South Pacific. And August 2nd, 1943, his boat PT, he was in those little PT cruisers. I think he had like 12 people on there. if I'm not mistaken. PT 109 was rammed by a Japanese warship and split in half. 2 sailors died, and Kennedy he injured his back, and he already had back problems. When I was watching the video, the way he joined the Navy was very interesting, because he was sick already, and for him to pass his physical, it was very interesting that I don't even want to talk about right now. I don't know if it's, yeah. So, there were, let me see, holding another. So one of the sailors was actually very injured. So by the strap of his life vest. So basically one of the sailors was very injured. So while he was in the middle of the water, he had his vest, he strapped the sailor and pulled all the way to the ocean in the land, in the island, the nearby island. So they were stranded for like 6 days, literally. And because of that, he received the Purple Heart. Yep, Purple Heart. Yes. But however, his brother Joe was also in the Navy. So that was the one that died. And he was a pilot. And his plane blew up in 1944. Ever since, Kennedy, which Kennedy? I don't know who I'm talking about. So Kennedy, he was very close to his brother, actually. So so he felt like he was supposed to do his job and carry over Joe's job, especially because their father was very competitive or something. Like he was very involved in their lives. So basically, Kennedy was always like the competitive. They always compete each other to see which, gonna be in the top. That was their thing. So he got discharged from the Navy. And then in 1946, I decided to run for the US House of Representative. And this man did a lot. So I'm trying to skip so I don't. So because of his father's connection and money, because his father was into politics. So because of his father's money, so of course, he got elected. So he wrote his first book. In serving in the World War II, Kennedy found his work in Congress incredible dual. Despite serving 3 terms from 1946 to 1952, Kennedy remained frustrated by what he saw as stifling rules and procedure that prevent a young and experienced representative from making an impact. And we were just worms in the house. Nobody paid attention to us nationally. So he became more involved into national stuff, like international, basically. He was more into, because, wars, that fascinated him. In 1952, he's seeking greater influence and a larger platform. Kennedy challenged Republican incumbent Harry for his seat into the U.S. Senate. According to one of his aides, the decisive factor in Kennedy's victory was his personality. Because he had a very kind political figure. So and he fit he fit the criteria. So boom, boom, boom. Shortly after his election, Kennedy met a beautiful young woman named Jacqueline Bouvier at a dinner party. So they got married after. So, when you're running for president, let me rephrase that. You have to have a spouse. Let's put it that way. So they got married. That's the easiest way I can put it. So, yes. In September 1953, that's when they got married. So they had 3 children. And after that, though, Kennedy, he was still ill. So he got, he was getting worse. but he wanted to play politics. So he, despite how worse he got, he kept going. So during his career, in the Senate, while recovering from one surgery, he wrote another book. So if you guys want to know those books, it's in Amazon because it's in my shopping cart. While recovering from one surgery, he wrote another book profiling 8 senators who had taken courageous but unpopular stances. Profile and Courage won the 1957 Pulitzer Prize for biography, and Kennedy remained the only American president to win a Pulitzer Prize. And fascinating. He won a lot of things, so I must skip that part. So Kennedy's 8 year in Senate, bored. He got bored again. So what he do? He gonna run for president because he was bored. There was no action. So in November 8th, 1960, Kennedy defeated Nixon, and he was the 35th president of the United States of America. Kennedy election was historic in several respects. At the age of 43, he was the second youngest American president in the history, second only to Theodore Roosevelt, who assumed the office at the age of 42. I never knew that. He was also the first Catholic president and the first president born in the 20th century. Delivering his legendary inaugural address on January 20th, 1961, Kennedy sought to inspire all Americans to more active citizenship. Ask not what your country can do for you, he said. Ask what you can do for your country. He had a lot of good quotes, which you can see. I have a list. I'm not going to share it today. Kennedy's greatest accomplishments during his brief tenure, I don't know how to pronounce this, as president came in the arena of foreign affairs. Capitalizing on the spirit of activism, he helped to ignite Kennedy, create the Peace Corps. I didn't even know what that was. So I had clicked on the Peace Corps to find out what that was. And it was very interesting. I'm gonna read this note. The Peace Corps is an independent agency and volunteer program run by the United States government, providing international and social economic development assistance. They offer flights, dental coverage, full medical, monthly living spending, housing, language training. So basically the Peace Corps was created to help promote a better understanding of Americans on the part of the people served. The purpose of the Peace Corps to promote is to the world peace and friendship by fulfilling all the goals that Kennedy wanted to do, which is peace, friendship, united. Basically, that's all he wanted. So I didn't know that was still existed, but it still exists. If people wanted to assisted living, dental coverage, go under Peace Corps, it's still there. And then in 1961, he created the Alliance for Progress. Another thing that the goal was to strengthen demographic government and promote economic reforms, to foster greater economic ties with Latin American in hope of alleviating poverty and thwarting the spread of communism in the region. That ends in 1973 by the Organization of American States. So Kennedy also presided over a series of international crises. On April 15, 1961, he authorized a covert mission to overthrow leftist Cuban leader Fidel Castro with a group of 1,500 CIA-trained Cuban refugees, known as the Bay of Pigs invasion. The mission proved an unmitigated failure. causing Kennedy great embarrassment. And you know, Kennedy don't like to be embarrassed, or he hate failing. That was not an option for him, and that would make him look bad to daddy. So he didn't like that. So in 1961, the steam massive wave of immigration from the Soviet dominated East Germany to American ally West Germany via the divided city of Berlin. Nikita ordered the construction of Berlin Wall, which became the foremost symbol of the Cold War. Then again, he was still bored. So however, the greatest crisis of the Kennedy administration was the Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962, discovering the Soviet Union had sent ballistic nuclear missiles to Cuba. Kennedy blockaded the island and vowed to defend the United States at any cost. After several of the tensiest days in history, during which the world seems on the brink of nuclear annihilation. I don't know. Sorry, guys.
Yes, Sue, you're doing a wonderful job. You really went all out on this.
Yes.
Good job.
All I got is when he died. And then after all of that, as you can see, he did a lot of things, but it was very fascinating because it's like I kept going. Then after all that Cuba stuff, then he did domestic policies. And after that, he was bored again. Then he went to the Black citizen to help reform his term. And then after that, he helped he was in the awakening of the March in Washington, Martin Luther King. I didn't know that either. And then he passed the landmark Civil Rights Act. I didn't know that either. And then he died in 1963. He got shot.
Yes, too. I admire you.
I'm trying to summarize it, but that's all I got. So I don't,
No.
CS2, you're awesome. It's chill.
So now you can do training with your sailors and say, hey, do JFK, because you
Yes, I'm gonna keep that, ma'am. I'm really gonna keep that because since I don't really know a lot of presidents in America, actually I don't even know all the names. So that actually, it was very entertaining because I told my husband, this is a blessing because I got stationed on there. This is my last sea tour before my short duty and I retire. And so far that's my president, because he didn't really follow instruction, but he believed in what's right. And then he will go his way to do and fight for what is right, regardless his body, his sickness or whatever. He actually do what he was supposed to do.
Thank you. I can tell your passion with this whole assignment. So I
know, right?
Okay, good job. All right, we're going to go into our first topic of the day. I'm going to turn it over to our LPO Academy facilitators.
All right, good morning, everyone. Today, our first topic will be discipline, counseling, and conflict resolution. All right, so our references for today, you guys can take a couple seconds to read over those. All right. So objectives, discuss methods to help build trust and break down barriers. When issues do arise, remember that self-reflection is necessary to ensure that you are not contributing to the problem. And lastly, understanding that you are in control. Your responses to a situation influence how others view you as a leader. All right, next slide. So discipline. So we must focus on leading by example and setting the standard. So what is discipline? Disciplining is applying and enforcing standards, military bearing. Can you guys give me some more examples of discipline? Nope. Nobody has any other examples? All right, so next slide, counseling. So counseling is a formal method of communication, identifying a sailor's performance, both positive and negative, and encouraging overall growth. So some key points regarding counseling. There's a time and a place to counsel. Not all counseling has to be negative, and learning how to properly counsel a sailor makes a huge difference. Does anyone have any questions regarding counseling?
What do you guys think the most effective way is to counsel somebody? What's the most effective way, in your opinion?
Ma'am, I consider it like constructive criticism. If you're going to bring up a negative, you have to bring up a solution or a possible like other things. Also, what's worked in the past to me is I call it sandwiching. So you explain to them something good that they've done that you liked. You explain the negative that you want changed, and then you explain another good thing that's either can be the change or it can be like another thing that's good.
I agree. I think that you need to balance that. You're going to have that conversation with someone to point out something that's negative. There's nothing worse, and I know every single person has had that situation where they're having that conversation with someone like a leader, and they're like, "Oh, well, you're doing this, this, and this," and they walk away, and you're like, "Well, all right, well, that's cool. Well, how would you like me to fix that?" Like sometimes people are just not aware of like what they're doing, and they need someone to like point that out, but to give them that guidance and that direction on how to make that better. You know, it might just be something as like the tone that someone's having, their facial expressions. It could be that they're not keeping a timely manner on stuff. There could be other stuff going on, but there's nothing worse than just getting that negative criticism, but not adding that feedback at the end of like, hey, let's do this differently and let's move forward. This is just this conversation. We're going forward with this, and you know, this, that, and the other, and pushing on.
Mm-hmm. And go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
For me, for counseling, I have steps. I set the standard. And then the last would be like coming up with the solution for that discrepancy.
Yeah, so like it says on the slide, not all counseling is negative, but when it is, or when we need to address something, we have to like actually remember to go in there and get our point across. We don't want to like go in there and have like an ineffective counseling where the sailor gets nothing and you see no results because you are not really putting the right information across, right? Does anyone else have anything to add on counseling?
I absolutely agree with you, one. I always feel like come into a counseling session and be prepared for it not to be effective, so if a counseling goes sideways, if it's negative, you're prepared to counteract that. So never go into a situation not armed. You got to be armed for the positive and the negative. And if you don't do that, you're doing yourself and your sailor an injustice when you're doing a counseling, whether it's positive or negative. So make sure that you're doing your homework. It's not as simple as just writing something up and saying, hey, read this. Do you have any questions? And go ahead and sign. That's not effective. So just make sure that you're preparing for it.
I also think that you should listen and pay attention to the reaction that that sailor is giving you, because sometimes they might not, jump or like, say something, but their facial expressions can say it all, or their body language can say if they're not understanding or if they're offended. Then if they are that way, then maybe you should give more explanation than what's just written down. That's worked for me.
Not only that, but also I think someone said it not yesterday but the day prior about role reversal, actually trying to understand their perspective and having them understand your perspective. Growing up as an athlete, you learn, you don't really know how to be a good athlete until you can understand what it is to be a good coach. You can't understand what it is to be a good coach unless you can understand what it is to be a good athlete, good team member. So I really think that role reversal, it adds a lot.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'm going to continue, and then in a couple of slides, we're going to go over ways to actually document counseling. All right, so conflict resolution. Strategies that can be used to respond, reduce, and resolve conflicts. So some things that can help you with conflict resolution, effective counseling, understand and learn creative conflict resolution methods, and effective and positive ways to deal with toxic leadership. So with that bullet, remember that conflict occurs at any time, and it's not necessarily a reflection of bad leadership. So we can always, there can be conflict, even a simple misunderstanding can cause conflict, right? So next slide, acknowledging the difference. So when dealing with any aspect of like discipline, counseling, and conflict resolution, we must acknowledge and understand the difference between I can't and I won't, right? Does anyone have any questions regarding the I can't and I won't? No? All right, we're gonna go on.
Hey,
So,
real quick, go back to I can, I want.
Okay.
I just want to make sure they understand the difference, right? I love this slide because a lot of times as sailors, when we're approached with any conflict or any tasking or orders, a lot of the negative feedback is, hey, I don't want to do this, right? I'm not going to do this because you put out this order, I'm not doing it. And there's a big difference, right? Because it's like, hey, I can't do this, is like, hey, you're not able. And I won't is you're not willing. I can't is because you're physically unable to complete that task or mission, right? I won't because I just don't want to do it. There's a big difference between, I can and I won't. So when you're doing counseling, you just have to make sure, say, hey, I know you can do this, but right now, this is not a choice of you not to tell me that you can't do it, if that makes sense. So when you're going in any type of counseling, whether it's good or bad, you need to make sure when your sailor is telling you, hey, I can't do something, or they think, it's I can't, a lot of times is I won't. And you need to figure out why is it I won't do it. And then that's how you have a positive resolution.
all right, so next slide, counseling. So counseling should occur in private. Address the deficiency and situations with honesty, document counseling, and can anyone tell me some ways of documenting counseling?
Like signatures of a witness or something like that.
Mm-hmm. But where do you document it? Like, do you just have them sign? Like, what do you have them sign, or
Page
who do you have in
13.
the room with you? Page 13. Okay. Anything else? When it's an informal counseling, do you do anything for those to document?
How about a memorandum for the record?
Do you guys know what that is? No? So memo for the record, it can be anything, right? It can be like an email that you simply send to even yourself or to one of your to your ALPO, or it can be just something typed up and then you print it out, date it, and sign it. Just anything that shows that you actually gave that counseling, even if it wasn't informal, because later on the issue might not be resolved, and then you have to go in and do like a formal counseling, and then you're not going to have any proof. It's just going to be word against word that you did a counseling and you said this and you asked the member to fix something and they didn't fix it with no proof, right? Does anyone have any questions on that? No? Does anyone use a counseling chit, like an internal to the command or anything that they've made on their own? I've seen people do special counseling chits. No?
I've had
All
one
right.
command that had one, but I didn't like using it because it seemed really poorly put together. It seemed like someone used it and like, I don't know if they were trying to like get their name out of the command, but it was like really bad. Like the regular just memorandum for the record and other stuff like that were like more spot on, or page 13.
Mm-hmm. So That's a good thing to bring up, because you want to make sure that what you have on the counseling page 13 or memorandum, that it makes sense and it like gets the point across, right? When the sailor takes that piece of paper, you want to write down like on the next bullet, it says corrective actions must be addressed, right? So we want to let them know what the issue is or what we're seeing, and we have to give them ideas of how to fix it or how to correct themselves and a timeline, right? We don't just want to say like, go fix this without like following up or addressing everything, right? Does anyone have any questions? No questions? Everyone feels comfortable doing a counseling? Yeah, all right. So next slide. So what is a toxic leader? So two main characteristics are lack of empathy and negative impact on morale or climate. Does anyone have any other characteristics that you might think a toxic leader has?
Unapproachable.
Unapproachable, that's a good one.
Complains a lot.
What was that?
They complain a lot.
They complain a lot. Okay. Something else? Anybody?
Basically not well, my LPO, I ain't gonna put his name out there. I got but basically if he ain't have his cigarette or his monster in the morning, like he was like a grouchy person, I'm just like, that's sad, man. You need help.
Yeah. All right. So what do you guys think some negative impacts are with toxic leadership?
Do you guys think it kills efficiency?
Kills efficiency, and it just brings the morale down. Like everyone's morale is just like down because of the negativity.
Mm-hmm. People don't want to come to work, right?
Yeah, I deal with that all the time.
From experience, I mean, I'm not the proudest about it, but I remember when I was like a E3 and E4, we would find like any type of appointment to make, not to be at work, or we would like almost even wish upon ourselves to like fall down the ladder well so we could break our leg and go TAD somewhere else, because we just hated being just walking to the ship and looking at them in the morning. So any excuse or anything that we could do to get out of it that was like legit, because if it was something that wasn't legit enough, they would be like, no, come to work, or you could do it at work. So it's kind of bad that you want to come up with any excuse not to be there.
Yeah, no, for sure. So any other negative impacts that you guys can think of with toxic leadership?
Affects your mental health.
Mental health. Mm-hmm.
I think as we talked about earlier in the week, like the why we do things, and you know, as far as like monetary value and things like that, with the toxic leadership, you kind of lose sight of that why. So you fall back to, well, because I'm getting a paycheck, and then you kind of figure, I'm gonna get a paycheck whether I do this or not, whether I skate or whether I actually go to work or actually, you know, make an appointment, you know, to get away from my ship, I'll still get paid. So you just kind of like lose morale to actually do what you're supposed to be doing every day. So you don't want to go.
Do you think
I totally
directly,
go ahead.
do you think that directly impacts retention?
Absolutely.
Do you think that forces like good people to get out because they don't want to deal with what they're experiencing? If they think, especially juniors, if that's their first term sailors and they come across that really bad toxic leader, and we've all had one at least once in our career at some point, whether you're a civilian or you are in the military, maybe that's their first time in and they have that really, really bad toxic experience and they think that the rest of the military is like that. So they're like, this isn't for me. We just spent all that money, the Navy, to train them, to get them in, to recruit them, you know, and then because they have this really bad experience and they think that this is it, they get out.
And one thing that I have experienced, I'm sorry, is that with toxic leaders or just people with rank, that even necessarily have to be like the LP or anything like that, they would fester like all the negatives of what they don't like, and oh, I hate this or I hate that or whatever. Oh, you too. So let's all hate it together. And it creates this on like never ending domino effect of negativity. So much so that, like you said, we invest, like the Navy invests so much money into civilians to turn into sailors, officers, etc. And literally you just have a really hard work environment for those whose perspective is like, well, come to work, do my job, take pride in what I do. And then it's like a buzzkill when you have someone that is above you and they're just negative along and making others negative with them.
Yeah, and I agree. Like when we have toxic leadership, it like when we have good leadership, we kind of like strive harder because we want to like be successful and we want them to be successful as well. So when we have that toxic leadership, it not only like demotivates us to keep trying and to go to work every day, but we also don't like want to try that hard because a little part inside of us says like, they're not doing anything for me, they're not helping me, so I don't need to help them, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's I just want to point something out, two things really fast. So David made a good point. He wants to know, and let's have that talking piece of why do toxic leaders promote? And HM2 brought up some points that are not quite like exact as to why they promote. But let's have that conversation piece of why do people feel that toxic leaders promote? They get there eventually, right? Especially if they have anchors on. How do we feel that they get there?
So H1, can I elaborate on what I was saying?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we all know E4 to E6. It's that eval that matters. That's the biggest thing on your profile sheet. Maybe an award here or there. It's filling up that profile sheet so that you can have that test that's available to make it. At least for us as HMs,
yes,
it's really
but
hard
how
to
do
get those
you?
tests.
But if you're toxic and you're during those ranks, how do you think that your eval is not impacted?
How do I think it's not impacted? So I think
Yes,
the
because
fact that
like
we
your
don't
eval,
put
especially for
anything.
our community, is huge, right? If you like, because of the quota is really, really terrible, especially for you guys right now. So if that person's super toxic when they're at those rank levels, how come that's not being reflected on their evaluation?
So nowhere in your
I think
brag sheet does it say anything negative. When it comes to at least the ranking boards that I've seen, we tend to give job performance almost maximum one because it's like, especially in the hospital, like, oh, how am I supposed to say that this person in biomed is his job is more important than this person in radiology, without saying like, oh, they're this leadership role or they did this, but that also ties into the next bullet. So at least for E4 to E6, like you can be toxic because of the way that you lead, but still get the job done. Getting that job done, you still hit those wickets to have the stuff to put down on your eval. And a lot of us, and I know I've done it because I've had a really toxic leadership at my first command. Like it was really bad. I had a first class that was gunning for me to get sent to mast. In fact, it was so bad I had someone else approach me. But I didn't know what was available to me as a junior sailor. I didn't know that I could have filed like EO or other stuff, and he definitely kept me out of the loop for that stuff. So while he's being toxic, a lot of us tend to harbor that and not speak up. And
Like
sometimes
rank
when we do, we're
intimidation?
scared. Yes. So some of us tend to like hold some of that stuff in. That leadership actually did promote to E7, and what killed me was watching him get there. He was pretty much molded. Like the triad loved him, and like he was given every opportunity for everything while he was in E6, and it really killed me inside because like the way he acted at work with us was terrible. He even was given the CCC position because he had the prior NEC of he had the schooling for it, even though he sat there openly griped and moaned about it to the whole command, saying, I don't want this. Like, I don't want to deal with sailors in their career. This is not my job. I want to deal with this. I already had to groom my command. I did this. And he was like, oh, when he was forced into the position is when like shortly after, that's what helped build his chief packet and make him a chief. And it was just bad.
So I have a question.
I think, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
When you talk about toxic leadership and like showing it on the eval, when I was getting taught how to rank evals, like for an eval board and what things to look at, we were talking about different people, and I was literally told it doesn't matter what you deal with day to day, it matters what's on that paper, on their brag sheet, on their write-up. Because I brought up points like, hey, sure, they have all these volunteer things on their brag sheet, but they have a crap attitude. They're not willing to help out at work. You know, they have all these things going on. And when I brought that up, the first classes that were overseeing the E5s learning how to rank, they said, it doesn't matter. What matters is what's on that paper. And I was like, even if, you know, they're not really contributing, they're claiming some things, but when it comes down to the nitty gritty, they're not a good team player. Like, they're not doing these things they should. They have a terrible attitude. And they said, it doesn't matter. What's on that paper is what matters.
Was that a junior sailor?
It was, yeah. But my
So
question
was there
is,
any documentation or anything at all that like showed these things that you're saying? Like, was he ever counseled about his attitude, talked to? Maybe he didn't do anything wrong besides a bad attitude, but was anything documented at all?
so not that I'm aware of, because he wasn't my junior troop. So it was different ranks or different rates that we were doing together. And we were comparing equipment operators and mechanics and trying to go through them. So I don't know if he got canceled. They tend to handle things, you know, within their own ranks, depending, like their EO2 or EO1 would have done it. So I don't know personally, and that's what's difficult. But like, I know we had a first class that had the same problem. I talked about it the other day. He was super toxic. He would come out, you know, and say, what the F are you doing? And I know that he got great evals as well, you know, even after I brought it up to chiefs and everything. So I just don't know really.
Yeah. So like Warren was saying earlier, when you go into a ranking board, a lot of it is what's there, what's documented, what you have on paper, right? So if it's just sailors saying, oh, this person does this or this person that does that, but nobody has said anything or nothing has been put on paper, then it's kind of hard to like, I guess, bring that up when it, like, you're not just gonna say something and then expect someone to give them a bad eval just because you're saying it. There has to be a little bit more, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. I guess my question is, if we brought up like about the first class, it's up to the chiefs and the fellow first classes to determine whether they're going to put that on paper, right? So other than bringing it to their attention, there's really nothing we can do.
Yeah, and we'll hold off on that because we're going to go into actually like reporting. So we'll go back to that on another slide.
Okay.
Does anyone want to bring something else up with characteristics? If not, we'll go to the next slides.
I just had something to add earlier. It kind of got derailed, but what Mr. Deary, Master Chief, said, because it ties into it with, you know, why they get promoted and they're rewarded for results. I had an LPO on our second deployment. He checked in. He wasn't deploying with us, but we were in charge of readiness for about 200 Marines each. And this guy had been there 3 days. I didn't even really get introduced to him at this point because we were just so separated. And we were in the battalion aid station, and he came in with, you know, he was hot, which was weird. Like, he just was like angry by that. I mean, and he's like, all the senior line corpsmen get outside right now. And we're just like, okay, like everything was going well. Like, we had 100% readiness in 2 companies, 99 in the other, which is well above expectation. And he brought us out, and, you know, I don't know if this was just like a scare tactic, but he starts like cussing at us, telling us that like, he knows that we're exaggerating numbers and reporting, and he's going to find out. And coming from that point, and I was a third class at the time in charge of a company, I can tell you, as soon as he walked away, all the senior line corpsmen were like, and pardon my French, but we were just like, fuck that guy. We're not going to let him catch us slipping. Everything that we have is going to be shit hot until we deploy. We're never going to see him again. And I think that's a big thing that people forget, is sometimes like the bad leadership styles can bring out good in people. And is what I meant in the group chat earlier. People rally around that, and we kept him out of the loop on everything. We would report numbers, and that was it. And our chief would get upset. They're like, why is H1 out of the know? And we're just like, well, he doesn't believe anything we say anyway. So we're not going to say anything to him, but our numbers were good. And all the juniors avoided him. It was a weird situation, but we had the top BAS, top battalion in second MARDIV at the time. So I don't know, maybe people just rally around against somebody.
Also, I don't think that his bad leadership is what motivated your troops or your people to do good. I think that someone stepped up and set the tone for the reaction for who he was and what he was saying, because the next person in charge, if it was you could have been like, no, fuck that, we're not going to do the job. You could have set that tone. But I don't think that his bad leadership is what led you to do good. I think someone else stepped up and
That was a scare tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like HM2 said, something good can come up out of toxic leadership. And sometimes, I know it sounds weird, but sometimes we see, like HM1 said, leaders as toxic, but in reality, sometimes they're pushing us to better ourselves. And that's just kind of like the way they are. I don't agree with like their cursing and putting people down at all, but there's leaders out there that are just really, I guess, rough around the edges. And I don't know, like I said. All right, so
rough around the edges is an understatement.
yeah. So negative impacts. All right, so increases turnover rate, decreases performance, and a couple of you mentioned stress. So stress related disorders, so alcoholism, mental health issues that we see a lot, unfortunately, and stress related illnesses. Anything else that you guys want to add to this slide? Nope. All right, so let's continue on it and to toxic leadership. So there's two perspectives of how we can view toxic leadership, right? We can address the individual in efforts to correct their behaviors. And like some of you said, toxic leadership will help us build resilience. All right, so let's go to reporting. So reporting, so one way is a direct approach, which is like talking to them, sitting down and trying to like do a one-on-one, informal, grievance, and formal. So does anyone know what the options are for a formal complaint?
EO.
Mm-hmm. The other one, does anyone know?
Formal
I think
grievance.
someone mentioned it earlier.
IG.
IG? Nope. Do you guys know what an IG complaint is?
IG complaint is bad. It can get the triad fired.
Yeah, I had IG. I went up to IG. Well, I reported up to IG.
And informal complaint, what do you guys see that as being? What if it's not an IG and if it's not an EO complaint? What do you guys think an informal complaint is?
Just bringing it up to the khakis, to the leadership.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, depending who the toxic leader is, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions on reporting or direct approach or any of the formal or informal ways of going about it? Nope.
Can I add something for this? Just this is just some advice and experiences I've had. So unfortunately, everyone's probably at some point in their life come across someone that's just like extremely toxic, and not toxic where that it's getting something good out of it. Toxic where it's like debilitating to the workspace. When people show you who they are, believe them the first time. That's like the best advice I can give somebody. I know a lot of the times we try to give someone the benefit of the doubt, like, okay, this is a really bad situation, but maybe they'll turn it around. Maybe this senior chief won't be as bad as they're presenting themselves, or this, that, and the other. However, if you have like documentation or you have proof of a pattern of behavior, even if you're not sure it's ever going to get to that place where you end up having to report them or escalate the situation, it's always best to continue to at least keep track of that information, because what could start off as just a one-time thing or a 2 times thing or a 3 times thing could turn into your evals being impacted. I'm going to share some information with you guys. I had a situation happen where everybody was terrified of a command SEL that we had at one duty station. And I've always been a fighter. And sometimes I've had to like shut up and stick my foot in my mouth because the mouth has ran a little bit faster than maybe my brain should have. And I got too emotionally involved versus just letting them do what they were doing and them burying themselves. So it ended up impacting one of my evaluations. They went as so far as removing stuff from my block 43 that had to go all the way up. They were doing everything they could to, they couldn't like write me up. They couldn't send me to mass. There was nothing they could do to me. So they were trying to impact my career long-term by removing stuff. So it was a very challenging situation at that point. And that person had shown to everybody that they were doing really, really, really wrong, illegal stuff, personal stuff to people. It wasn't just me, but everybody was like super terrified to speak up against them. However, I did keep lots of documentation because that ended up having to go up to IG Marine Corps, like all the way to the top of the Marine Corps, because it was at a Greenside Command that happened at. And it had emails that went to the Command Master Chief, all sorts of documentation. And it turned, the person went so far to putting an illegal page 13 on my record that made it look like I went to NJP and I had never gone to a DRB. It had the wrong commanding officer on it. It was unsigned. It got removed off my record. But I was the only person to speak up. And this person, unfortunately, is still in the United States Navy. So whatever was done to them, you know, whether they ended up with a letter on their record so they can never continue to promote, I'm not aware of that happening. However, I was still able to save myself by keeping documentation that was going on for like a long time and showing that I was trying to follow the proper channels by starting with the lowest level before it had to get to the point that it did. And it's a really, really unfortunate thing that it went where it did. And that's in a really extreme situation. But those things do happen, unfortunately, whether you're in the military or you're a civilian. And you hear about these things all the time, like, oh my goodness, I hope that never happens to me. I hope I never experience that person. And unfortunately, sometime in your career, there's a very good possibility that you're going to come across that person and you feel very stuck. And it feels very challenging and it feels so like you don't know where you can go and what you can do. So that's my advice, to make sure that you know what you can and can't do for yourself and for your people, that you keep documentation, and that when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. I'm not telling you to keep your guard up about everybody, but when you start to see these signs and things start to happen, it's always best to kind of CYA, not only for yourself, but for your people. That same command SCL had 2 of my juniors kicked out of the Navy while I was on deployment. You know, there is a lot of stuff that was going on. So hopefully, you know, and they ended up having to stall out for a while because they got very scared when they got caught. You know, they didn't expect me to check my record. They just anticipated me to never know. And that obviously didn't happen. But just keep those things in mind. That's part of this course, is for us to kind of share our experiences and to try to guide you, because if you haven't had this kind of experience, it's better to learn from our stories and the things that we can share with you before you have to go through it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. That was
to piggyback off of like the documentation thing, I did this before. It helps if you like write the date, kind of like a diary entry, like write the date, who was there during that situation, like if there was other junior sailors or other senior sailors, because when they start questioning you, if you do speak up about a certain situation, they want like all the details. And sometimes in like confrontation, like I'm not good with confrontation and stuff, so I'll start forgetting what happened 6 months ago when this situation happened. So I was like, I had to go back to my notebook. It was like a little diary. I was like, well, on this day, it was Thursday in the afternoon at this time, so and so was there, so and so was there, and this happened. I'm not making this stuff up, and it's not a lie. So it kind of saves your butt that way too, so you don't seem like you're over exaggerating or lying, because they will nitpick your whole story kind of thing.
My best
Especially
advice
if you're
for you
junior.
for something like that is document it right away. Don't wait, because then the longer you wait, the harder it is to remember the details. And it's very easy for someone to point that out. How can you remember this if you can't remember what you ate yesterday, or you can't remember what
Yeah.
you wore last week? It's very challenging to point out those details, right? So just make a memorandum for the record, type it up in an email, type it up in a Word document. But if you have witnesses, don't be the only person to sign it. Have those
Yeah.
other people sign it as well. The more people, the better, because then you have more substance behind it and you have people to back it. I had that situation with that Command SEL. She made up a bunch of fake memorandum for the records, but she was the only person to sign them. And she put them in my division record, and they brought that up. Well, how come you had all these conversations with each one, but you never actually formally counseled her and nobody else was there as a witness? Because they called her out on it. Like, you know, if you're a Command SEL, you should know these things, you know, because she was trying to backtrack. So in those experiences, unfortunately, sometimes we learn from really, really bad experiences. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. So I'm just going to have this conversation, or this event took place and I see so-and-so was there or something else. We're going to document that immediately without waiting. And we're both going to sign that, and that we're going to slip that away in a nice safe spot, because if this needs to get brought up because it's a pattern of behavior, we have this documentation from that exact date and there's more than one person to witness it.
Yeah, and emails are really good, because when you send an email, even if it's like I said, to yourself, it has the date on there. So you can't just type something up, sign it, and you sign it and date it with nobody else signing it and dating it. If you send an email to yourself, it has the date, the time, everything. And if you type that up on the email, like at this time, it'll kind of match and back you up, right?
Absolutely.
All right, so
And then
we're gonna go
just
on.
one last thing
Go
before
ahead.
we go on. It's going to be
Yeah.
really quick, but just
Okay, go
please
ahead.
keep in mind before um between all the three first classes in here, we have been through a lot, right? I've had over 96 sailors under me, and we've seen a lot of different scenarios. So at the end of all this, we'll put out our contact information, and at any point in time, just keep in mind you are not alone. Right?
Absolutely.
So if you
Yeah.
encounter something you're not quite sure, please by all means just reach out to us. Okay.
Agreed.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the next slide. So how do we build resilience? So stress management, fitness and nutrition, positive self-image, engaging in social activities, and maintaining goals and personal standards, right? And we talked a little bit about this yesterday. So we can't take care of our sailors, and we can't protect them and defend them from toxic leadership or any situation if we're not taking care of ourselves, right? If we give in and we like follow on to that that leader or first class or whoever is being toxic, if we start changing our attitude as well, and if we let that affect us, then we're also hurting and affecting our sailors, right? Does anyone else have something to add about building resilience, or ways to kind of take care of your sailors when there are toxic leaders above you? No.
I try
When I was
to.
at division dealing with that particular LPO, we did a lot of small unit leadership stuff. We'd bring guys, like I'd grab my guys. We had 8 guys in my company, and we would take I'd ask Chief if we could go do sailorization. We'd go somewhere on base because the Lejeune's huge. Go to like a picnic table, talk it out, see how everyone's doing, see what we can do to like help each other out, keep each other afloat, see where everyone's mental health is there. Probably play a game or something, just talk things out sometimes, or we'd go play football or whatever, PT, whatever we can do. But having the advocate for the people, for your guys or gals, that was important for us, because they're not necessarily a common enemy, but when someone is getting on you a lot, you need to know that someone else is looking out for you.
Yeah, completely agreed. Yeah, so some positive mindset. So make a commitment to viewing everyone equally without judgment, treating others as we would want to be treated, and ensuring that we are actively engaged, listening, and knowing if we are being effective, right? Going back to like counseling and stuff, making sure that when we do put something across, the other person is receiving the message, right? So we're gonna go ahead and summarize our lesson. Does anyone have anything else to add? I know we went through this a little fast. Does anyone have anything to add to discipline, counseling, and conflict resolution?
If you have, I'm just going to take like 2 seconds. I know that we're finishing up the lesson. Some advice too, and this is some of the best that I've experienced because everything we do in the military has some sort of conflict, whether it's logistical conflict, it's sailor conflict below you, sailor conflict above you, you know, whether it's a personal conflict going on, work scheduling, we always have, there's always something, right? There's never a downtime where everyone's just kind of happy and everything's perfect. There's always something. When it comes to some sort of work conflict, when it comes to personnel, I'd say the best thing to try to keep in mind, and it is so hard to do, is to take your emotions out of it. Do not get emotional, especially when you have somebody above you that you're dealing with, because that's how they know that they're getting to you. You're giving them what they want and they're winning. You have to try to keep your emotions out of it. You just do. It's the hardest pill to swallow, to be more of a yes man when they're saying stuff to you that you know is off and that you know is wrong. But the best thing you can do is to close your mouth at that time, just to keep your emotions out of it. Just remember that stuff is, everything is temporary when it comes to the military, whether that's 3 years on the ship that feels like forever, or it's 20 years and you're out and you retire. Eventually it's going to end. So keep your mental health strong, keep your sailors strong, and just remember to keep your emotions out of it the best that you possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like for me, I feel like when I keep my sailors happy and when I see that they're doing well, like that's rewarding for me. So even if I have a toxic leader, I just feel like me having a positive attitude and not letting it affect me, and kill them with kindness, right? Like just keep being positive, keep your sailors happy, try to minimize the way that it affects them. I think that's very, very important.
Absolutely.
All right, so conclusion. We all make a difference, right? Our mindset and our commitment to owning everything is crucial. And remember, we're here for each other, right? It's not just a toxic leader. You have so many sailors anywhere that you go around you, and together we're strong, right? So always remember that. So that concludes our lesson for today. Well, this lesson for today. Does anyone have anything to add? Nope. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Be back ready to go for our next topic at 12:40 for those that are on Eastern Standard Time, and then 9:40 for the ones that are Pacific. Guam, I'm sorry. I know it's early in the morning for you.
3:40, we got this. It's Friday, baby. We're going hard.
All right, get up and stretch. We'll be ready to go with Mr. Brian Bennett. Well, Dr. Brian Bennett here at the top of the 5.
I have a question for the group if anyone's still on. Has anyone been on a DDG before?
I have.
How was it? I guess I just have questions because I'm going to IDC school this coming year, and all my mentors are pushing me to go to a small boy. It's like the ideal situation for independent duty corpsmen. I don't know the rotations as far as deployments, ship ops. I've only ever been on an LHD, big debt. How'd you like it?
It was busy. We do a lot of things on there. Because I hear on carrier, I only been on a DDG. I hear on carriers like you only have like one job, and then like that's basically all you do. But it's very busy on a DDG. You do damage control. You do your job. All the training teams, and then I was also on deck, so we did a lot of. You do your maintenance. Yeah, very busy. I liked it though.
Were you I guess I don't understand because I've never been like blue side Navy. I've been hospital, green side hospital. Is it are you doing ship ops like all the time? Is it like month out, month back? Like,
It just depends on what your ship's doing. We were on a deployment and we did a lot of those things, but I know a lot of other ships, they're just sitting out doing like all the training stuff. ATGs come on board. That's very busy. Yeah, it just depends on what your ship's doing.
I think it depends where you're stationed too. So like if you go overseas to a DDG overseas, you're always out. They're forward deployed. So like they're home for like 4 months and then basically the rest of the year they're out. They might come back like every 3 months for like a week or two, but they're out again, you know? I was on an aircraft carrier here in San Diego and in Virginia. And now I'm on a DDG, but my DDG is pre-com. So we're not on it yet, so I don't know like the sea tempo, but the sea tempo for like the DDGs out here is a little bit slower than overseas. You know, they do 2 or 3 deployments and then they kind of go into a little availability to get fixed up, and then they go back onto like 2 or 3 deployments. And you're always with like a strike group or like with a carrier for most of the time, unless you do like a solo deployment, which is still not too long. It's only like 2 or 3 months here in San Diego. I don't know if that helps, unless you're with a strike group and you do like an 8-month deployment or something, and that kind of sucks.
I appreciate any input. I'm just trying to make a decision, you know.
Yeah.
So I've seen them in. I haven't personally been on one, but I saw them when I was in Rota. In fact, I worked hand in hand with a lot of them, including the IDCs. IDC school, you're going to learn how to. They're going to give you programs and stuff like water potability, whatnot, pest control. And my HM1, I think her name was Melina, who was an IDC on, I want to say the cook or one of the 4 out of Rota. They were doing 2 month outstate, 2 month like in state or something close to that. It seems like, unless something came up where they had to come back. And what do we do? She was just saying like the stuff you're gonna do in IDC school really preps you for that stuff, but like it's really your thing. Like you're the one going out checking the galley. There's a lot of work to do on a DG, but there's a lot of good crap for you. And even though it's small, like you're gonna get your name out as an IDC. It's really good for leadership and everything else. Just to give you a heads up, I'm not sure if you saw it. HM1 said for you to message her. I think she might have a lot more information.
Yeah, I'm talking to her right now.
Good luck, man. I couldn't do the IDC life.
All right, we're back, guys. Sorry, we'll leave you guys some time so you guys can kind of network and sidebar. But we're gonna start our next topic with Dr. Bennett. Dr. Bennett, are you up?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Ready for me to start?
And to go.
All right, thank you. There you go. Good morning, afternoon, good early morning in Guam. Welcome to my last session of the program today. I hope you guys have really learned a whole lot. I can't overemphasize how important leadership is. And it affects every part of your life, you know, the Navy part, your personal life, and so forth. And if you think about some of these principles and things that you're learning today, this week, and applying it to several parts of your life, you'll have a much better chance of being successful long term. So we're going to talk about, and some of the things we just talked about in your last class, your last session. We're going to talk about again here. So this ties in very nicely to you, I think. So we're talking about leadership reflecting here. Mouse in the right spot here. So we're talking about the importance of reflection in the leadership process, different types of reflection leaders can engage in, and help you create a personal leadership reflection plan. Now, you remember from our original diagram, reflection was one of the 2 important steps in the elite leadership process. If you want to become a really good leader, you've got to be able to reflect. You've got to be able to, have a mentor and coaching. So this is very important. This is one of the areas that when I interview leaders around the world, no matter what industry they're in, this is one area that most leaders don't do a good enough job at. So if you start off early, getting into having the practice of it, then you'll be better off in the long run. So remember, like I said, this is the fourth step in the process. We covered assessing, visioning, and living. Today is reflecting. So leadership reflecting satisfies three needs. There's leadership reflection, how am I doing as a leader? Reflect on your influences. Remember those the three boxes we talked about, the leader, follower, and the environment. Keeping that in perspective on where you are in that. And then there's quiet time reflection. We all need to have a little quiet time reflection. We'll talk about each one of these in more detail here. Leadership self-reflection, where a leader sits and thinks about what leadership opportunities did I encounter? What could I have done better? Okay, those are important questions to answer. And influences, and looking at how my leadership influences changed. I have stronger followers, more complex environment, all kinds of different stuff. You have to keep that in perspective. Because the situation you lead in is going to affect how you lead. If you don't keep track of where you are, then you're going to have a hard time. And then quiet time reflection is just, just that introspective, just having some time to yourself. So the leadership self-reflection, involves keeping a regular journal to document your leadership opportunities or leadership encounters. Like I said, I interviewed leaders from all over the world, and I'd recommend to keep it daily. I asked them how often they do reflect, and I've had one person tell me, "Well, I do it once a year, and I go on my annual vacation." I said, "Well, that's not enough. Daily is optimal. Weekly is doable." And you want to talk about the leadership opportunities you experienced, what you did well, what you could have done better, what you had questions about, because this part becomes very handy when you talk to your mentor, in the next step. So, I talked to someone, I came to with a problem today, and this is how I handled it. Did I do a good job at that? Should I have done something differently? What those things you want to think about it and focus on. Just setting aside just 15 minutes a day, you have you better prioritize, prepare, and build a stronger team. You have to know your priorities, know where you fall short, minimize surprises, and build stronger teams. Knowing your priorities, your basic job as a leader is two things. You must prioritize what must be done, and make sure you have the resources to get them done with. Okay? If you don't prioritize, you don't know what's the most important thing, then your team's not going to know what to do first. That's why I told you before about having, I have my meetings every week, with my team. This is our priorities for this week. Let's get it done. So everyone's on the same page. And the thing is, allocating those resources, you got to make sure it's okay to, tell people what they need to get done. But if they don't have resources to get it done, then you might as well not tell them anything. So if you can't prioritize and allocate, if you haven't figured out things, what needs to be done, what really matters. What's the most important thing I need to get done this week or today, or whatever the time frame you're looking at. Self-reflection helps the leader understand what is important and focus on what can be done differently. Because sometimes you have a lot of things at the priorities, but you may not have resources to get everything done right now, or you may be able to push things off this way, or move things around to make sure you get optimize your work. You don't want people sitting around. You want people optimized and working to their fullest. And this is an area that I talk about. I worked with law enforcement before, military, you guys are excellent role models for this part of self-reflection, because you train, forecast, and plan, as they say, obsessively, to do one thing, to minimize surprises. You do your battle training, you do your all kind of your training to make sure that what you're going up against, you're prepared for. But also, it not only helps, the out of the blue disasters, but also, it helps more for the routine challenges. It helps, preparation helps reduce the anxiety about things going wrong. If I plan it properly, I can get it done and not have to be anxious about it being done properly. And this is where, talk about athletic coaches. I've talked to coaches from a variety of sports, and talk about coaching and mentoring. I mentioned a couple of them there, but that's how they do their game planning. They say that so and so has a tendency to do this, so let's prepare for this, doing this other way, this way. So you got, I call it lead like a champion. Then as far as building a stronger team, it just, self-reflection goes beyond just you. So if you don't know what's important, and you don't know who you are as a leader, how can you lead other people? You have to know yourself, you have to know what's important. So remember the influences we talked about before. What situation you're in. Are you in equilibrium? Are you powerful followers, a challenging environment? Do you have we call it powerful followers and challenging environment at the same time? Or are you an overpowering leader? And we also talking about those secondary influences. You guys were talking about a little earlier about people you may be working for. Are they overpowering? How's that going to affect your staff? And what do you need to do about that? Then how do I return to equilibrium? How do you de-emphasize or re-emphasize or de-emphasize different things? You're going to use your personal capabilities and strengths and your leadership capabilities. So as we talked about the other day, there's things you can do. If you have powerful followers are out of equilibrium, you can be more empathetic toward them, be more humble. Then you say, I understand the situation. Let me help you with that. Okay. Observations. So what is really this person's real motivation? What are they really after? What are they trying to do? And motivation. There's different ways you guys mentioned about how you motivate people. So those things are very important. And just having a little, keep people informed through the social leadership. You have your little group set up and so forth. You have your environment. You've got you're using the vision. Make sure you know where you're going. Taylor, want to say something? Okay. Vision, make sure you know where you're going, but also be able to clearly articulate that to people you're leading, or your task you're trying to accomplish. And you can become more focused on what has to be done. Be more organized, or passionate about the work. And show your knowledge. Say, I know what I'm doing here. And make sure they understand that. Because one thing that we talk about when I teach leadership is like, perception is reality. So if you think you're a great leader, but the people who work with you don't think you're a good leader, then you got a problem. There's a big disconnect there. So you got to make sure that what your perception of your leadership is equivalent to what their perception of your leadership is also.
Say Jergens. Huh? Say Jergens, save the video.
Line 2, your mic's open. Line 2, Harris.
Sorry. I was trying to.
Okay. I thought someone was talking about Jergens. I need Jergens on my hands or something. So, all right. And so then you have the return to equilibrium. Then you have your environment. You have your personal, capabilities and strengths, and your leadership capabilities. And you can be more empathetic toward them, be more humble. Then you say, I understand the situation. Let me help you with that. Because one thing that we talk about when I teach leadership is like, That's when sometimes we have to take a little bit more risk. Be a better communicator. Use some storytelling. We did the storytelling the other day. Hope you guys enjoyed that exercise because that's a very powerful tool to use. I remember watching the movie, Remember the Titans with Denzel Washington, and he put a player in, and the player said, "I can't make that play, coach." He said, "Yes, you can. I lived with, I had 12 siblings, and we survived, and I was able to live with that." And his assistant coach says, "I thought you only had 6." He said, "Yeah, I did, but I said 12 sounds better." So when you start putting these stories together, you make sure you work them out, and you have a bunch of them that you can go to at a moment's notice. So, and there's an example of humor. So, more reflection and more coaching and mentoring. So, in your situations, have any of you experienced any changes in your environment in the last 6 months or so?
I've had a full change of command, which is a 180 from what I had. So I went from a hospital to a ship, and it's completely different. Like, it feels like the stuff in the hospital that we were touching on was like very, very nitpicky at times, where the ship's just like, no, this is the mission, this is what we're going for. Don't worry about the other bullshit. We get this done first, and then we worry about that.
Okay, that's a challenge.
For me, sir, my command has switched over to a new building, and we're gonna be doing 3 moves in the future, and we're continuously moving. So it's really difficult because like we got comfortable in one building, and then 6 months to a year later we're moving again, and then it's just there's just a lot of stress on everyone because they have to do their primary duties, their primary work, and at the same time that they're moving furniture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been some office moves before. Those are not fun at all, and like you said, it's very stressful. And so you have to recognize that people who are working for you are going to be stressed out. And what can you do to help relieve some of that stress? Anyone else? All right, let's go on then. So let's talk about quiet time reflection. People don't understand how important just getting some quiet time is, just some time for yourself. Okay, maybe you're going for a walk, or just sitting laying on the couch with TV off. Don't touch the phone, all this kind of stuff. Those things are important. Because the quiet time helps you restore the nervous system, helps get that energy back. I know when I put more time in the quiet time, my just thinking about what I've done and what I need to do, and how I'm going to do it, I feel so much more energized. And the conditions our minds more adaptive and responsive to complex environments. One of the things that I was able to do yesterday, since I wasn't presenting, was I had work to do. I said, but you know what? I haven't spent a lot of time doing strategy. What's kind of my strategy? What I need to do for my business, my teaching, and for my speaking engagements. So I just sat down in the chair. Just sit at my desk, sat on a chair, took out my little notebook. I keep a bunch of these notebooks, and by these are $1 each. Okay, you get them even cheaper during back to school sales. And just sit down and just make some notes. Helps me organize my thoughts and say, okay, this is how I'm approaching it. Now I'm going to put together more details behind those things. So, so that real sustained silence helps facilitate clear and creative thinking. So when I woke up this morning, I was much more energized. Besides coming to talk to you guys, that energized me. One one level, but then, having these things organized, I felt really even more. And it helps quiet the inner and outer chatter. You've got your brain is going 9 million ways, and you've got to be able to slow it down. You got, auto chatter with your phones and people, calling and so forth. And so it helps relax those mental reflexes that have to protect you, protect your reputation, and promote a point of view. So there's some suggestions for quiet time reflection is, schedule a few times before or after meetings or before or after your shift. So what I need to do. I try to do mine a little bit each morning. I don't even get out of bed without doing some reflection sometimes if I have the time. I sit there and say, okay, what's important for me to do today? What are things I need to think about and focus on? Take some time to take a walk in nature. Go for a walk. I know if there are several places to go to, but you can, if you're in San Diego, there's good places to walk. Go here. People go out hiking here. I like going to the beach. Just sit there and watch the water. I find that reflection, relaxing reflection. I can reflect a lot more there. And try to step away from media. You can't tell. I know you want to be on your phone 24/7, but you have to sometimes turn it off. And so, I know that, what I do, in the evenings, I have my phone's set automatically to go into do not disturb mode at a certain time. And it comes back on again in the morning. But the good thing about that is, even though I may do not disturb, the people that are my favorites, they can still reach me. So my kids, my brothers, and a couple of friends, if they need to reach me during those times, their call or their text will come through and I'll hear it. But anybody else, there was a voicemail, just a text that goes there. So you have to figure out who in your command that you need to make sure that you can hear from, so that you can get that rest. And if I have a friend, I've had friends who I've given that privilege to, and they've abused it. They send me a text about something that's not very important, that it's maybe important to them, but it was, 4 o'clock in the morning, it woke me up in the middle of my sleep. So they abuse it too many times, and, the things that they could have waited, they know I'm on West Coast time. They abuse it too many times and they get off the list, off the special list. So, and take a retreat or getaway. I know I don't know if you get to do this in the Navy as much, but I like to take my team or on a retreat. Go out, find somebody's cabin and go spend some time there over the weekend, or just for a day, talk about things, or even just go individually. Some of the best times I've had was when I went out of town just to visit some friends for the weekend. And one time I was visiting my brother and his family at their lake home, and they were in there watching TV and watching movies and stuff. I sat on the deck just watching the water and just enjoying the view and the quiet time, and just all kind of stuff came to my head. So you gotta focus on yourself. That's an important thing. You have to do that. So one of the things that's important, one thing that's really neat is I saw this video on called forest bathing. Let's watch this a minute here. So, just going for a little walk. If you get to a forest like that, or a park or whatever, just walk around the park a couple times. If you live in San Diego or live near San Diego, the Balboa Park has a Japanese reflection garden that you can go and there and walk around. It's really, really beautiful, and it's really handy to help refresh you and stuff. So, since I've moved here, I found that that's one of my places. The whole park is one of my favorite places to go to, especially like the reflection garden. So what kind of quiet time plan can you implement? Short term and long term. What can you do right tomorrow that you can start doing, getting some more quiet time?
Something that I found really helpful, especially like with my old command, I'd experienced a lot of anxiety from the second I get in my car to drive to work. Like I used to cry every day. So I'd get to work probably about 45 minutes early, and I'd sit in my car and I would think out scenarios that would happen throughout the day, whether it be good or bad. And I'd try to think of as many scenarios as possible and kind of guide myself to a response to each one of those. So it helped me not to be so reactive at work. That was just something that I would do every morning before walking into work.
Yeah, that's important. Anybody else?
Go ahead.
You first.
Oh, I was going to say for my quiet time, it's something I have to actually plan into the day. It's usually towards the end of the day before I leave work. And I work at an airport, so I just sit at the hangar and watch the big heavies take off. And it's just, I don't know, there's just something really awesome about just seeing them fly.
Yeah, yeah. That's
I'm
cool.
not sure how practical mine is, but my best quiet time I've had was at one of my worst commands. Since it was so close to actual home, I had to have like a 6-hour drive to home that I'd take at least once a month. And that was just my biggest reflection period. Like, yeah, I jam out to music, but there'd be like specifically like almost an hour, and it wasn't intentional any time, where like I'd turn off my music just to think, and I'd sit there and just, I think that's the deepest reflection I've had. And I would reflect towards my command and like issues I had at it, things I could possibly try to make better. And it was what kept me driving while I was there. Well, my driving force while I was still there to stay in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I used to do it. I used to do a 45-minute train commute within the Chicago area. So that was a good time for reflection there too. Anyone else? Okay.
For long term, is that like, planning a vacation or something? I mean, right now in the COVID environment, we're like, it's hard to plan right now because there are a lot of things that we're not supposed to do, or we're not supposed to go to, like restaurants, dine in, or whatever.
I know, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah. So like this, planning a vacation would be something long term for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good idea. I know when I go speak at conferences, this year has been really rough because all I've done is virtual conferences. And so usually I go to conferences, especially if it's, city I haven't been to in a long time or overseas or whatever. And I always try to tack on a couple extra days just for myself. So, like if I went to London, go see some stage shows over there. I've been there several times, so I don't need to tour a lot more, but, go see some stage shows or, dine out a little bit. So I miss my conferences right now. Anyone else? Okay. So preparing for difficult meetings. think about how you prepare for a difficult meeting or conversations. So you have a sailor who's having a challenge, and you know they're going to come talk to you about it today. You have a schedule or something, and you want to prepare for that. Do you spend time doing some research? Is your preparation based on perspective, scenario planning, or whatever? Or do you evaluate time afterwards? I know when I'm going to have a difficult meeting with somebody, whether it be an individual or a group, I run scenarios in my head. Okay, this is a topic we're going to talk about. I'm going to start off like this, and usually I can figure out who's going to say what, or someone's going to say something that I believe is going to say, and then my job is to I try to prepare my responses for that ahead of time. I had an executive I talked to, and I mentioned the other day. She gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning, goes over her calendar and says, okay, which one of these are difficult meetings or conversations I'm going to have today? And she prepares for them so that, when they get to those meetings, she's not caught off guard by something. So there's two things, I want to keep in mind here, reflection versus to-dos. A lot of people get them confused, okay? A to-do list is things you have to do, okay, what you need to accomplish. Whereas on the other hand, reflection focus on reviewing what happened in the past or preparing for what will happen in the future, and how you can improve on prior or future outcomes. Okay, it's not a to-do list. You're not sitting there thinking about a to-do list. Well, I need to do this today, to do X, Y, and Z today. No, it's like, okay, this is a situation I was in yesterday. So this was the outcome. Is that what I wanted to happen? Is that what I wanted to happen or not? So there's a big difference between the two, so you need to keep those in mind. So we're going to do an exercise here. We're going to talk about self-reflection. So grab your pens and papers and think about some opportunities you've come across in the last, say, a few months. You don't have to put a specific date if you don't remember the exact date, but say what the opportunity that came across to you, and what was the outcome of that? What did you reflect on? Let's list like 2 or 3 of them if you can come up with them. We'll discuss those in class. Give you about 3 minutes or so to do that. You want ready to start? Anybody? Well, I'll tell you about one that I came across recently, and it wasn't a business one, it was a personal one. As you know, with COVID, most of the schools our campuses are closed. My son goes to school in LA, I mentioned, I think earlier in the week. And he studies martial arts. And they've been doing it on Zoom for the last, since March, 3 times a week from his school. And they invited to go to the academy up in LA to study, to spend a day there or doing some martial arts. And, I don't know if for those of you who are familiar with the area, driving between San Diego and LA is not easy. Okay, I remember living in Chicago and driving to Indianapolis, it's wide open country, you put up the calling cruise control and you're all set to go. But here is a lot different. You got to keep your head on a swivel because people in California drive crazy. And so, I was concerned because he's never driven that far. It's only a 2-hour drive. He's never driven that far by himself. I usually was in the car with him when we went back and forth to school. So, but I have to say, I was still thinking as a little kid, he's 20 years old. I said, okay, I'm going to let go and let you do what you have to do. Just let me know, text me when you get there, and text me when you're on your way back and so forth. And he did it, and he got there safely and came back and did it again another weekend. And so, I had to, sometimes as a leader, you have to let go. You just can't hold on to things that you want to. Okay, did I break the ice? Anybody else want to say something now?
So for me, sir, a leadership opportunity that came up was I was the lead for the furniture move. So I'm at a wing command, and we had to give up our old building to one of the squadrons that we're establishing, that we're setting up. So now we're moving into a new building. After the move, the office looks great. It looks livable. The building that we moved into was supposed to be condemned. It was supposed to be destroyed, but now it looks great. And Coronado North Island base was like, we might not even destroy the building anymore, since you guys made it look nice. And then what could have been done better is like planning on the planning would have been better. Like more moving supplies would have been nice, like dollies and stuff, like straps. That would have been done better. And then what question remains is, when is the next move gonna be again? So we're supposed to be, I get from our skipper, he said that we're only gonna be in that building for a year. So sometime next year, this time next year, we're gonna be moving again. So yeah, it's an ongoing process.
Has your command thought about possibly just storing stuff and then just using like disposable equipment in the meantime or something, or just something that's temporary?
So at a wing command, bro, we're top heavy, so it's like, so I'm the most junior in my team. It's E6s, I work with E6s, E7s, senior chiefs in the office, in the work center. And then like everybody else are officers. So, like temporary furniture is not gonna fly with officers. They want the top of the line desks, no scratches, whatever, brand new stuff. So
I mean, sometimes, excuse me, LT, I need you to move your leather couch and your desk and your other thing by yourself. You want those that badly. Right now, if we're moving again in a year, sorry, your stuff's going in storage until we got a more
hey,
stated solution.
we would like to say that to them, but you know, with these officers, they want to just come in and you know everything's already set up for them. So you know, the scraps, the scratch furniture, the furniture that's on its last leg,
Yeah, so
it's
sometimes
missing a leg.
one thing I might suggest, maybe because I know being junior in command can be really hard. Maybe make a slight just CO suggestion box kind of thing, like, "Hey, sir, I understand we're constantly moving, and it's a very morale deflating subject for the junior sailors. Would it be possible to look into storage solutions of our permanent furniture until we have a permanent fixture for our place, along with temporary in the meantime?" And I mean, I've seen CEOs go like, you know what? Why didn't we do this? Like that makes sense. We're just wasting money and time and manpower. And if you add that stuff and it's constructive criticism, the bad with the like, hey, how we can fix it, sometimes it gets done. Even though you know, department head, divo, directorate, they don't want to listen. CEO goes, you know what? This makes a lot more sense. We are wasting a lot of manpower. We are causing a lot of stress and heartache. And you know, maybe this is something we need to do.
Yeah, I agree, bro. I agree, but it's just we have a lot of we have limited resources right now. You know, it's because like we're setting up because we're a brand new platform. It's the CMV 22s, so VRM 30 and VRM 50. They just got established. Us, the wing, just got established. Actually, the Navy did it backwards. They established the first squadron without even establishing the wing. So they did it backwards. So now we still have 2 more squadrons to establish. VRM 40 and another one that's gonna be overseas.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's crazy. I'm supposed to be on shore duty, but I feel like it's sea duty, bro.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. I'm gonna go on, everyone needs to reflect, no matter what level they are, no matter who they are. And I just saw this this past week on Barack Obama's Instagram post. He has a new book come out this week, and I'm going to read some of the stuff out of it for you. This is his walk from the colonnade, West Colonnade, to the Oval Office. It says, for 8 years in the White House, I walked along the West Colonnade to get to and from the Oval Office. A 1-minute open air commute. It's along this walkway that I gather my thoughts for the day, prepare a conversation with members of Congress and constituents, reviewing plans and proposals to move the country forward. On the way back to the residence in the evenings, my briefcase stuffed with papers. I used the time to clear my mind, anticipated dinner with Michelle and the girls, and the exuberant greeting from the dogs. This walk framed the beginning and ends of my days. That was a very powerful example of a reflection, and something that leaders need to spend more time doing. I have a leader. I think I mentioned him the other day. How before he goes home at night, he spends time in his car before he even leaves the office, before he leaves the parking lot, thinking about how would the founder of his organization, think about how he led today. And then say, okay, I need to do better the next day or whatever. But those are powerful lessons that we need to do at all levels. So, any questions about reflection? Okay, we'll move on to coaching and mentoring. We talk about how it's important in the leadership process. Different the need between having a mentor and being a mentor, and create a personal leadership plan, leadership reflection plan. So this is the last step in the process, but it's not the last step you do in the process. Okay, when we get to that at the end of this, it's not the last step thing you're going to do. But coaching and mentoring is very important. okay? Whereas reflection is that internal compass, that internal voice that tells you, okay, how did I do? The coach or a mentor is the one who can tell you that external voice and say, you know what, Brian, you could have done this differently, or you could have done this better, or you did a great job. All right. So it's very important. You know, I've been very, very fortunate in my career to have had good, you know, mentors throughout my career who really take an interest in me. You know, I haven't had a need for coaching because the mentors provided that need for me. The difference between them is, you know, usually a coach somebody you have to pay for. Mentor is somebody who does it voluntarily. And someone who's usually a little more senior than you and so forth. So having that person you can talk to hash things out. And that's where it comes back to the leadership, the reflection journal that we talked about before in the last section there. If you write this stuff down, then when you sit down and talk to your mentor, you can say, hey, this is things I came across. How did I remember? How did I deal with these? Because what's happened if you don't write it down, you're not going to remember them. You're not going to remember the right details. And the mentor may give you a different advice than if he or she had all the details. And you know, these little books are handy. You can do them on your phone. You can get software to do them. There's things, you know, we'll talk about some of the tools there. But you know, it's important to write it down. You know, to copy it or save it somewhere. So so ongoing leadership coaching and mentoring has several benefits. The mentor may see things the trainee may not see. You know, help them improve the skills that with their insights. You usually want somebody who's more senior than you, so you can say, you know, when I had that situation, this is how I handled it. You know, or say, well, you know, that's the same way I handled it. I wish I would have handled it that way, and I had that to me. And hold the trainee accountable for what they agreed to work on. If any of you have ever done any kind of weight loss program or exercise program, you know that success and failure is going to, a lot of it's going to depend on whether or not you have somebody holding you accountable. Studies have proven that over and over again, that when you have someone that you are accountable to, you're going to carry through on what you're supposed to do. So it's important to have that one that's holding you accountable. It could be a friend. It doesn't have to be somebody in the Navy all the time. It could be, you know, a friend outside who may have had some Navy experience, or just somebody who just to give you good advice. You know, I have a lot of my former students that I do a lot of mentoring with students. You know, and they contact me, say, Professor Bennett, can we talk? You know, and they ask me, tell me the situation they're in, and I try to give them some advice. You know, I have a call tomorrow afternoon with the student. So it's important. Now, contrary to popular belief, that is not me running there. Okay. I never looked like that. Not even when I was young, that I looked like that. All right. I'll tell you that right now. Anybody here know who that is?
Usain Bolt?
That's right. The world's fastest man. And you know the guy behind him is? That's his longtime coach. This guy's been with him since high school. And, you know, I don't think, you know, his coach is going to out there racing him, trying to beat him on the track. But his coach is looking at things, you know, trying to find out how he can get the best out of him. Look where his eyes are focused on his feet, right? Because what I understand, I'm not a racer, I'm not a runner, but what I understand about running is that, you know, when you're racing, you know, getting out of the blocks, you have a good chance of winning. If you get out of the blocks poorly, you never have a chance of winning, right? So he's looking right now, he's looking at his motion getting out the block, and I've seen all kinds of different videos about him, and I'm talking to his people about getting it for an interview for my next book. But the thing is, he's won 3 Olympics and stuff, and he still is a coach. He's retired now, so he's not really racing anymore, but he had a coach all those years. So, the thing is, there's not a single top athlete that doesn't have a coach. So leaders need to take that same philosophy. If you're going to be a leader, you need to get a coach or mentor to help you through that process. You need someone to help guide you through that process. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So find a mentor. And as young leaders, you have a lot better chance of finding someone to work with you through your career now than if you wait until you're, commander or admiral or whatever like that. Okay, because as you get higher up, the pool of people who can help you is a lot smaller. But where you are now, you have a lot bigger pool of people who you can talk to and give you some advice. When I talk to corporate executives, once you get to CEO, there's like a handful of people in the country that can probably really help you. But when you're that manager and director or supervisor, there's a ton of people out there that can help you. The pyramid gets really tiny as it goes up. So keep that in mind. Find yourself a good mentor now. Okay, so it's going to stick with you for your lifetime. So coaching mentoring is what leads to elite level leadership, because it's the same process elite athletes use. No matter what sport you're in, whether it's baseball, golf, tennis, football, track, whatever, they have a coach to help them work with that. I talk to football coaches who wide receiver coaches and stuff. And the same process other professions use too. Entertainers, they have acting coaches, dialect coaches, voice coaches, and throughout their careers, they don't. Once they get to a certain level of success, they don't just abandon the person. There's somebody they work with, and they keep working with them throughout their career. Because one, they trust them, they're going to give them good advice, and two, they know that they need that, because like I said, you need that external voice to tell you, why don't you try it this way as opposed to that way. That's very important to have. And then there's two sides of mentoring. You need your own personal mentor. You got to have that to help you out throughout your career. But you also have to be willing to mentor others. Helping others, giving back, helps you become a better mentee. Meaning that someone may ask you a question and say, Brian, this is what I came up with. This is what happened to me the other day, and this is how I handled it. What do you think how I did? And you may say, what, I had a situation too. Maybe I need to ask my mentor that question next time I talk to him or her. So it's important to have a mentor, but also be willing to mentor other people. And as you rise up the level, rise up the ranks in the Navy, you have opportunities to mentor people who are below you. So don't turn it down, because it's important for them and for you. And one thing that people always used to talk about a lot is, I can't train him or her to do my job or whatever, because they'll take over my job. But that's just the wrong thinking, because you have somebody who's on your team who's willing to who can do your job, then that means you can be promoted. Because there's nobody who can replace you, they're not going to promote you as easily. You say, well, Brian's too indispensable. We can't move him. Navy may not be that way, but a lot of places it's like that. So here's another video, of coaching superstar Steph Curry from the Golden State Warriors. See if I can find the click here. Lost my mouse pointer. There you go. You're doing great stuff out there. The tempo is so different when you're out there. When you generate force, it's so positive. It shows up here. It's not always there. It always shows up here. It feels great. Carry on, my son. Open up the field. Whatever the hell you're feeling right now. For me, like, I went like 5 for 6 and made 4 threes. That was about the best I ever did. Love it. I think I love it. I'm shooting through like 11. No expectation to be 6 to 2. Nobody in the league does that. You got so much confidence in yourself. And then games like this, you turn it around like that. It's awesome. Amazing. Wish I had your confidence. Pop was like, my mentor. you would always tell us in these situations. It's supposed to be hard. Now, I don't know if you know or not, but Steve Kerr, who was the coach who was talking to Steph Curry at the time, he had a great mentor also. He had Greg Popovich, who was the coach of San Antonio Spurs. And Popovich is probably one of the best coaches in the NBA. Maybe one of the best all time. And the guy's a great leader, great coach, and he taught Steve Kerr how to be a good coach. He helped him become a great coach. So, like I said, he had a coach, he had a mentor, and he's mentoring his players the same way. So it's important. And you saw the way he talked to him. He didn't, he wasn't, he just said, he showed him the positive stuff and the negative stuff at the same time. So you open up people, you say something positive to people, they'll start listening to you. But you saw with all the negative stuff, first of all, then they shut down. And I learned that lesson several years ago when I was, when I first started teaching, and I was grading papers and that stuff. I said, this was bad. You did that wrong and all this kind of stuff. And the student feedback was he always said something negative. So I say my feedbacks, and I say, great job, or good work. Even if it was just average, I say overall good job or something like that, and then give them the bullet points that are important for them to feedback. So remember that when you're giving feedback, when you're mentoring and coaching your people, give them the positive and the negative, but don't focus on all the negative.
Sir, from watching that video, there was also a very distinct voice inflection his coach or mentor, or however you want to say, gave him. Do you think that completely ties into how he relayed the information, not just the fact that he did good with bad?
I think so. The way he talked to him was like he's talking to a peer, as opposed to talking to him as somebody who plays for him. In NBA is a little different, is a little challenging because the players make more money than the coaches do anyway, so they don't have to listen to you. But the best players do listen to their coach if they have a good coach. But you're exactly right. I'm glad you picked up on that. The coach, that voice inflection made a big difference. It makes a big difference. Okay. So I talked about I had a good mentor throughout my career. Well, this is him on the cover of Fortune magazine back in 1988, Jerry O. Williams, and he was the CEO of a company called AIM International at the time. He was the chief operating officer, and they did an issue on 5 African American chief operating officers around the country who were poised to become the first Black CEO of a Fortune 500 company. And he was one of the ones that they chose, and a few other ones. But he never got to become the CEO, because one thing about Jerry is he's very publicity shy. He didn't like having a lot of publicity. And he's on the cover of Fortune magazine, and the CEO at the time, who was really a publicity hound. And so he did everything he could to harm his career from there. But I met Jerry a couple years after I came out of graduate school, and a few years before this came out. And I was talking to him after he was speaking at a meeting I was at, and I went to say hi to him. And told me about my background and stuff. And he said, that's really good. Give me a call sometime, and let's go to lunch. So my first job out of graduate school went south. I didn't get along with my boss too well. They were, so I called his company, asked them if they had an opening for me over there. He found an opening for me for one of the divisions, had me go interview for it, and I got the job there. And I worked with this company for a while. And, I got to see his leadership style, and I got to see the people who worked for him directly. And they were, really loved this guy. And so I left the company, he left the company not so long after I did. And we came in contact over the years. This has been like over, it's almost 20 years now. almost 30 years of a relationship we've had. And so when I started writing a book on leadership, I said, you know what, I need to talk to Jerry about leadership. So, I met with him, he's like 80 something years old now. So I said, Jerry, I want to talk to you about interview for my book on leadership. And he said, let's meet at, he said, let's go to Baker Square. This was before COVID, obviously. Go to Baker Square because they have free pie on Wednesdays. So he said, this is where all the old people eat. So we met there for Baker Square and had a nice lunch, and I interviewed him and recorded the interview. And he's a great guy. I just talked to him about a month ago, as a matter of fact, called him up, see how he's doing and stuff. And he's doing pretty well. But it's one of the highlights in my career. And we would meet, we go to lunch. He'd take me to lunch at I forget the name of the private club in the building he was working in or something like that, and have a nice lunch. And he'd talk to me and say, so what are you doing? And I'd tell him what I was working on. And he was saying, I can tell this, I can see the passion in your voice, I can feel the passion, you're doing, keep it up and so forth. Or he'd tell me, maybe you ought to consider doing this instead. That's that kind of relationship. So find somebody early on in your career, stick with you for a lifetime, and that's important. Okay. So coaching and mentoring assessment. This is the next exercise we're going to do. So you're going to take a piece of paper and write down your current coaches and mentors. All right. Within the industry, that's not necessary, but little background on the mentor or the coach, and about your relationship with them. This is part one. Then part two, we're going to talk about potential mentors and coaches. But right now, we're going to spend 5 minutes putting this together. Then we'll spend another 5 minutes doing the other side of it, and then we'll talk about what you come up with. A couple more minutes on this one, then we got work on your potential mentors. Okay, so what are your potential mentors? You have any people you would like to have as mentors?
So are these like realistic potential mentors or just like
Yes.
if I ever had the opportunity?
No, you can't put down Oprah Winfrey. I'd put it down on my list if I could, okay?
Put the picture away. Put the picture away, ours too. We have someone in here who has met Oprah. So I was telling him to put the picture away.
So yeah, somebody who you can realistically become your mentor. You ready to start talking? Let's talk about your current mentors and coaches.
So sir, I have 3 that I want to share for the mentors, and I have 1 that I'm not sure if it's applicable. So first off, hi guys, I'm still a corpsman. So my first mentor is a prior Mustang. He used to be a Hall Tech chief. I'm gonna give him by name. He's gonna be the only mentor I give by name. His name is Lieutenant Commander Kreider. He has been my driving force for Sailorization, teaching me stuff about like Old Navy and stuff that I think that like stuff that when I hear I want to bring back, like things that I think matter. Like he was ones that would tell me stuff like where I learned before this and other times about what the frocking was and tacking on and like dunking the boards for officers and stuff like that. He is like a personal mentor, and he is like I said, Old Navy and other stuff that I want to incorporate in my future sailors and juniors. I have a HM1 currently on my ship who is more of a corpsman mentor for things I haven't learned because I have a specialty. I have my prior HM1 that I met at another command, who's my overall roundness to include my specialty as a biomed to fix medical equipment. And then the last one that I don't know if it's really applicable is as a biomed, we have like this Facebook group for biomeds that are specifically from the Navy. And we use it as like a reach out program. So if you have questions like anything rate specific or something that you're touching equipment and like networking, it's like a giant network pretty much for networking for us. But I use that when I need to pull ideas like, hey guys, I have these equipment, these are constant issues, you know, do you suggest changing stuff? I know we're not really supposed to, but blah blah, like stuff like that for mentorship on technical skills.
Okay. Good. You want some of the current mentors?
One of my best mentors was an HM1 Kosipin. He's in Okinawa now, but yeah, he helped me out on my first couple of years on the ship when I was brand new. He showed me the ropes. He helped me get my pins, you know, and not just in my career wise, but he mentored me like outside the Navy as well. And another mentor of mine is my aunt. She was in the Navy too. Um, uh, she's helping me achieve the goals that I have set for myself. So I constantly talk to her about like nursing school and stuff, and what my plans are for my career in the Navy. So yeah, so I constantly, keep communication with my mentors, and I make sure that I listen to what they're trying to give me,
Okay.
like at all times.
Okay, good, great. Who's next?
I have a one, two, three. I have few mentors for different things. One of my in rate, I have he just retired. All this, babe. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Retired senior chief, Allison. He was a CS, so he's still my mentor to this day. I have to check in with him once a month. And he kept me on my toes with my CS stuff. So, and I was stationed with him, and I was, I worked for him on the Ike. And for my business mentor, what's it called? Military One Source provide business mentorship for free, consulting for free, and where they help you with your business plans and everything for free. And then because they partner up with VBOC, and they partner with ODU, so I have a business coach, mentor / consultant. She helped me with my basically the way she put it, I have to start my whole business over, so which is good. And I have I have another mentor I have different mentor for different things. I have a career mentor for my sexologist. So she actually once a month as well, she have like a group call where we talk about the marketing side of the business, and as far as getting clients and stuff like that. So that's Dr. Rachel. So as far as potential mentors, I have Talk Boss. Now they have like the Talk Boss on the ships and stuff to talk about mental health and stuff like that. They clinical certified licensed with mental health, and they have a lot of credentials. So now they're gonna have them for shorty as well. So he's my potential mentor. I already talked to him about like chaperone him so I could get certified. And the one I'm looking for to get mentorship is Dr. Sadie Allison. She's one of the top books for sexologists, because she have like her PhD, her doctorate in human sexuality. Yeah. So yeah. So those are my potential mentors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you say sexuality?
Sexologist, clinical sexologist. Yeah, for intimacy and sexual health for couples coaching.
Anybody ever heard of Dr. Ruth?
No.
Probably way before your time. Okay.
Is she still alive? I can't write it down.
I'm not sure. I met her at I was at dinner in New York, and she was real big back in the, I don't know what, the 90s, I guess it was, or 80s and 90s. And she was
used to have a late night show. She was
yes, she did.
Yes.
She's funny.
You said Dr. Ruth?
Dr.
Yes, Dr. Ruth.
Weinstein or something like that. I don't remember
Like
the
that
last
short
name.
little funny lady.
Yes.
Yes, she's so small.
I'm happy I'm not the only one that knew who she was. I was starting to feel old as he was talking. He's like, back before your time. And I'm like, oh, my hairline showing.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. Because I met them once. I met them like the Dr. Rachel and Dr. Sadie Allison. Those are like writers and these publishers, bestsellers, whatever. I met them with through Candy Burris. So that's why like I followed them, and I had to take their course to get certified. Because yeah. So
well, the story is I met Dr. Ruth in New York. I was having dinner with a friend in New York, and we're sitting in these chairs, about high back chairs, about here. And I swear she was like 6 feet, 6 inches only taller than the chair I was in. She was so short. And so I was like,
I'm gonna look.
Probably the same height.
Huh?
I said me and her are probably the same.
Uh,
I'm gonna look it up. I didn't even know. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, who's next?
I have one similar kind of to what CS2 was talking about, having a business mentor. So again, being a reservist, I have full-time civilian career, and it's in aviation. So when I was first getting started, it was my instructor who was helping me get my certificates and my ratings. And then as I looked into having a career in aviation, he became my business mentor as far as what, a couple different businesses I was looking at purchasing, which one made the most sense. And now, being in the business I am, I always go to him if I'm looking to add to the fleet or bring on a new instructor or whatever it might be. I also call him my dream crusher because sometimes I get these really far-fetched ideas and I take them to him and he's like, no. He's just very blunt and he's yet to be wrong. I even bought him this cup. It says, "Of course I'm right. My name is Bob," because his name's Bob. So I swear I have yet, it kills me to have a moment where he's been wrong about something, but he's just humble and he just tells me like it is. He doesn't sugarcoat it. So I really like the direct approach he has with me. And it's made sense and probably saved my butt a couple times.
Yeah. That's great. It's a good story. Who's next?
Well, my current mentors right now is ABH2 Arnold and ABH2 Body. They've passed down a lot of knowledge to me, let me know what I need to be working on, steps of what I need to do to improve my eval and where I need to be. A potential mentor that I want to ask is ABH1 Molina. He's actually, like when I was going for sailor to a quarter, just trying to get me involved in different things and basically making me more of a well-rounded sailor. And yeah, he's done a great job. There's a lot of things I like in him as a leader that I see that I'm able to do and that I want to obtain. And I see him as I guess a role model or a figure that I want to be a mentor or somebody I would like to be like, first LPO that I like to be like.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Who's next?
So my first mentor would be Senior Cheney. He was like my very first LPO. I met him as a first class, so I actually I seen him grow into a senior chief. He taught me everything I need to know about my my rate. Every time something was broken, he'll call me. So it's not like he took credit for everything. He made sure I knew exactly what was going on, how to solve it, and how to go about everything. And then, like everybody else, I have a financial mentor, which is actually my best friend. She has a degree. So anytime I have issues or problems or questions, I just call her and she tell me everything I need to know. She showed me how to balance everything and what I need to cut out as far as spending. But I am looking for a more business mentor. I'm trying to start a trucking company. So when I got the Navy, I don't have to work for nobody else. I just work for myself. So I'm just trying to find like a business partner more of a in the trucking field, so I know exactly what type of trucks to buy and how to go about it.
Okay, great. Who's next?
I'll go. One of my current mentor, he's more of a coach because I mean technically he can't be my mentor because he's my chief. But it's ITC Randall at my current command, IWTG. He's very good at getting me to look at things from a different perspective. So if BS happens at work or like a certain situation happens and like he can kind of like see that I'm upset, he's like, well, what would you do to change it? Like, how would you fix it? I'd be like, well, I would do this, that, and the third and everything else. And he's like, okay, well, what do you think are the pros and cons of the way of doing that? And then I explain that to him. And then he's like, okay, now put yourself in that person's shoes. Now, why do you think they made the decision that they made? And, he'll get me to, see things from a different perspective in a different light. If I had a mentor that I would pick or like a dream mentor to pick, it'd be an old Master Chief that I had, an old Ian MC that I had on my second ship. And he was very wise as far as how leaders should conduct themselves. he was very old school Navy as well, as far as, you know, chiefs should be out on the deck plates with their sailors and things like that. And I asked him, you know, Master Chief, like, you're always in the space. Like when things go wrong, like something breaks, like you're always there. Like you're a Master Chief. There's senior chiefs and very capable first class. He's like, yeah, but you know, it's my responsibility. I do it for the people. I'm here for my sailors, my guys, and everything else. And you know, he had a lot of wisdom if you just sat down and talked with him.
Great. Anyone else? So for those who have not given us a future, a potential coach or mentor, you know, let's just give us one person that you would like to have. If you haven't already given one. And it can't be Oprah.
So I didn't talk about my possible mentors. These are two that I'm actually currently looking for. So one of the mentors that I had from the that I talked about earlier about overall roundedness was also kind of my gym mentor. So I'm not in the best shape, but Navy says I'm physically fit, so that counts, I guess. So I'm looking for on the ship right now someone as gym mentor, whether it's just like a peer that like we hold each other to a standard, like, hey man, you go to the gym today? It's lunchtime. Ah man, I'm feeling. Oh, are you dying? All right, well we're going anyways. Let's go. Come on. Like just that person to motivate you and keep you going. So I'm looking for that one right now on my ship. I'm also hoping to start reaching out because we have a sister ship, brothership, whatever you want to call it here. And I like getting different perspectives. I like having it's called a paradigm shift. It's where you have that critical shift in thinking where you see something, you get from a different perspective, and it just completely changes your opinion and thought process about it. And I'm trying to get that from either our sister ship, brother ship, or other ships to try and get ideas to better my command. Things that maybe, hey, I tried this and this is working. So I'm trying to get that ship mentor. Sea Daddy, if you will, as many of you call it.
Sea Daddy, okay, cool. Anybody else?
I'll go.
Okay.
Okay. So, my mentor now is like, well, he's been my best friend since I've been in the Navy. One of my closest, well, my best friends since I've been in the Navy. When I came in, he was a second class, and well, he was a third and he made second when I made third. And he's like a very like straight shooter person, like to the point, always like, you know, with the black and white, but he like, though he's a great person and he has a good personality. Like he has a similar personality to me, but he does very well in the Navy. Like right now, he works for the office. Like he's always traveling with whatever president that we have at the time. And like he's just been very beneficial to me inside the Navy and outside of the Navy. Like I said, we're really close friends. And the potential mentor that I'm looking for is actually me. I want to be a mentor for women who, or not just women, but like anybody who like needs someone else to talk to from a different non-biased perspective of whatever it is that they're thinking or going through. I noticed that in my previous command and commands before that, sorry, they're playing video games over there. There were a lot of people who had things to say but never were able to say them. So I pay a lot of attention to that because I did childcare development prior to, and in childcare development, you learn a lot more about adults than you do children from their cognitive thinking and the way that they do things. So I feel like I would be a good mentor for people, young or old, who, you know, need that person to lean on, just to talk, not, you know, for me to give them any advice or anything, but just for them to be able to have someone that listened.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Anyone else before we move on?
Yeah.
I want to talk. Oh, never mind. You go ahead, Ortiz.
Oh, okay. Now I was just gonna say, like, I actually I seek the counsel of books a lot, you know, so like Adam Grant, Sheryl Sandberg, you know, Maxwell what's his name? Something Gladwell. I think that reading a book, yeah, there we go. I think a lot of books. I think that they offer me a fresh perspective, kind of like getting counseling from somebody else. But I think people underutilize books as mentors too.
Yeah. Anybody else? Somebody else has something to say there?
My bad. That was me. That was actually that was my senior chief calling. Nah, but one of my mentors basically say senior chief bonus. The one thing I liked about him when I first came in, he was in second class. He always pushed me. Always say, "Hey, just because you a CME E1 or E2, that means you can't get the qualifications." Like he pushed me to actually get my E-SWAT pin as an E2. So he used to wake me up. And then he also told me about this class, the LPO Academy. And it just one thing he showed me. He just said, "Hey, I messed up. I got in trouble, but then he said I turned everything around. It took me a while, but." Now it's just like he shows me everything. Like I go to him about every little thing, evals, just everything. Because he gives me to me straightforward. So
Good. Okay, let's move on. So what you're gonna do next, I can do this on class here, but now you need to sit down and talk about, who the mentors are, current ones, potential, how often you're gonna meet with them. Sometimes, you're working with them daily, and what you want to talk to them about, what questions you want to ask them. And this is what you're gonna do on a regular basis, okay? It's not just for the class, but you're gonna do this on a regular basis and say, okay, I have this mentor I need to talk to him about. Write it down. I know, you don't want to use pencil and paper, use use averaging it for your phones. And I thought there was a slide on that here. You just see, hold on a minute. Can't see my next screen. Yeah, so there's a couple of slides you can a couple of apps you can get for taking notes. And the thing about taking notes on your phone is it automatically dates them for you too. And you get the right app, you can also maybe categorize it for you also. So you can categorize them by your mentor or subject matter, and then dates them automatically when you do that. So spend time during the your reflection, write it down, type it in your phone or your tablet, whatever device you're using, and then have it so you have a mentoring session. Hey, I had a question about this. This is what should I do? How can I have done this? And so forth. It's important. Writing down is important because you're not going to remember.
When you are doing your mentoring sessions, Mr. Bennett, do you like refer back to older like journals that you've written like years ago to like help a person from like present day? Like, do you go back and like refresh yourself on things to like, make yourself better?
It depends on the situation. Like when I'm starting off with a new class, the first session is usually to refresh, to go back, a little further. Then I'll keep that in my record, so the next time I talk to that person, I can review this before I sit down and talk to them, and then we can go forward from there. So it depends on the situation.
So you have a journal per person, or?
I try to keep a file on the people as much as I can. Okay. It's not like a CIA file or anything like that. It's just, just to more like a CYA file, so I can make sure I can remember these things. Because as I get older, I don't remember as much as I used to. So I have to write down a lot more. So or these documents so that I can remember them. Because I remember, spouses or significant others, children, all this kind of stuff. So I can say, so how's, little Bobby doing or something like that, help open up the conversation when we start off with and so forth. So after reflection and coaching, like I said, it's the last step in the process, but it's not the end. You want to apply what you learn in the assessment, you apply what you learn in your reflection and coaching to assessing, okay, I thought I'm not as good a leader as I thought I was, or I did a really good job on this, and maybe I need to adjust my vision or not, but I know I get down to my living stage, my execution stage, I know what I need to do there. Then that's why this process is continuously improving. All right, and I told people this process, when I show them this process, they say, wow, this is really cool. I've had people from the military have seen, the early versions of this. And they said, well, I've had training in the military and training in corporate America. They were working as a vice president of a corporation. So this is the most comprehensive process I've seen because it covers everything between the influences and the process here. Everything you're going to run into in your career is covered. So keep that in mind as you're going through. So the continuous improvement, read, okay? Make that part of your daily reflection. When you find articles, save them for reading later. You see the video on YouTube, you can save them now, save them and watch later, that kind of stuff. Clip articles, there's a tool I like to use called Trello. It's Trello. And so when I'm finding an article that I like, I can click on that and save it to my Trello, to one of my Trello boards, and categorize it right there on the spot. So when I go back, so when I'm researching a book, so when I'm researching a book, I can go back and see all the information I have on that book already, on that topic. So I've created a library of this. I'm putting online here. So I think that's going to be helpful for a lot of people. But leadership is not a one-time thing. Taking this class is not not going to be the end all for your leadership. You got to keep learning and keep working at it. Okay, leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. You got to keep learning. The things about when I started this process, developed this 5 years ago from my teaching, my research before that, and I'm on my second leadership book now, and my vision has evolved over time. It's improved, because as I talk to people, they say, well, what about this? And in fact, it's changed just in the last 6 months. It's getting better. I'm interviewing people for the book, and they say, well, what about this? So, oh, that's a good point. So I'll make some changes to it. I made some changes to it based on that. So you gotta always be open to learning, because one of the things, one of my quotes I say is, the moment you think you've learned everything about leadership is the moment you cease being a leader. Okay, leaders have to always have an open mind. And so many times people get to the higher ranks, they think, I know everything about leadership, I don't need to know anything else. And that's just the opposite. The higher up you go, the more your job is just about leadership. Okay, so that's important to keep learning. So your leadership prescription, you understand who you are as a person, as a leader. Okay, that's what we talked about in the assessing stage there. If you don't know yourself, how are you going to learn? How are you going to lead other people? Assessing leadership influences. What situation are you leading in the 3 boxes? Develop your personal leadership vision and execute it daily. You got your vision. You did that on the first day. So you have your vision. Work on that and refer back to it. It's like I said before, it's like a rudder. It keeps you on track. If you don't have, if you don't know where you're going, you go back to it and say, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is what I said I was going to do. How I need to adapt it and so forth to the situation. Reflect on your leadership encounters before and after they occur. All right. I was saying, how did I do? What should I do? And how could I have done this better? What are the outcomes? And find a leadership, coach or mentor to lead you through the process. And reassess your abilities and apply them in the next cycle. That's why it's continuously learning, continuously improving. So anybody have any questions? Does talking about coaching, talking about any other things in leadership we've talked about? Anybody have any questions?
This is a little out there, sir, but we talked about a lot of that stuff, and do you have any suggestion on sources to find outside coaching besides trying to, I guess, say troll around the internet and find that person? Like, if you're trying to get like a fresh perspective of someone from like another place, it doesn't have to be like a command you're at or like a work you're at, or do you have any suggestions?
Well, there's a lot of leaders who are on LinkedIn. You know, that's a good place. I get a lot of information. I do a lot of networking on there also. You can look me up on there too and connect with me on there. But there, and you know, some people who are the big names like Bill Gates and so forth, you can't connect with them, but you can follow them. So anytime they post anything, it shows up in your feed, and you get the information like that. So find somebody who has something that's interesting to you, and then at least follow them. Okay, does that answer? Okay.
Yes,
Any
thank
other
you, sir.
questions? You're welcome. Any other questions? All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed my sessions, and if you have any questions, like I said, you can connect with me on any of these locations here, and I'd be glad to help you out and answer any questions for you. So I wish you all the best of luck in your career. Luck is not everything. I thought I turned it off. Luck is not everything, but it's also, preparation means opportunity. So remember, working your leadership every day. That's one of the things when I signed my books and autograph sessions, I said, lead every day. Okay, so that's the most important thing you can probably learn out of this whole process here is work on leadership every day. Okay.
I started
Anything?
following you for your inspirational quotes on your Instagram.
Oh, you did?
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, team. Thank you, Brian. We're going to move right along because we're right on schedule. Let's finish up our last, I think, 9 folks to do their heritage questions before we move into closing remarks and graduation. If you guys need to stretch, go ahead and kind of stretch. But I'm not going to put you in the break because I just want to push through so that we can get you all complete for the day.
Okay. Thanks, Alicia.
All right, do you want me to start shotgunning the folks that haven't finished their heritage assignments?
Okay, man. I had who was the naval aviator number 1? It was Theodore Gordon Ellison. He joined the Navy Academy at 16 and he graduated in 1905, 4 years later. So his first 10 years spent, he started on battleships and submarines, and he was ordered to go to North Island in January of 1911 for instruction in aviation under Glenn Curtis, which was also kind of a pioneer in aviation as well. So between Curtis and Ellison, they both kind of paved the way for aviation within the Navy. He cooperated with Curtis to design pontoons for seaplanes and kind of start getting them on the ship. I think Curtis's first initiation for the Navy was dropping a seaplane off in the Bay of San Diego and flying it back to North Island. I can't recall right off the top of the head which boat they dropped it off of, but it was successful. Ellison, he got to North Island at the beginning of January 1911, and he made his first flight on the 28th of January. He flew one of Curtis's grass cutter planes to officially become the first naval aviator. It did have a kind of crash landing. He kind of landed on the wing and messed up the plane a little bit, but nonetheless, he did go. And it wasn't like a actual flight. He might have got maybe 15, 20 feet off the ground. So after that, in July of 1912, they started. Ellison was the first one to attempt the first catapult, and it was a catapult that was made on the dock. It didn't go so well. It kind of shot the nose of the plane up. The wind draft caught it and threw Ellison into the water. He wasn't hurt in that. He worked with, I forget who he worked with. He helped design the new catapult system that they attached to after that, and he was the first successful launch of an airplane by catapult on November 12th, 1912. See, after that, he went to the Bureau of Navigation with Captain Charles. He assisted in the overall administration of naval aviation, and provided special support needed for experimentation that was involved in naval aviation's first operation in the fleet. They were down in Guantanamo Bay at the moment, and everybody went there except for Ellis, because he had broke his foot on the way trying to catch a plane or something, or trying to catch a train rather. So aside from that, after serving at the Bureau of Navigations, he went back to serving on battleships with he went for duty with a submarine chaser squadron, EXO of Naval Aviation Navy Operation Base. Commanded the USS Little and the USS Brooks for a short period of time, and he fitted out the USS J. Fred Talbot. Was all from 1913 to 1921, so everything kind of moved fast in his life, I feel like. In 1921, the Bureau of Aeronautics was established, and in October, Ellison became the Chief of Plans Division. His last duty was fitting out the USS Lexington, which was the Navy's second aircraft carrier. And yeah, he died on his 43rd birthday. He crashed his aircraft in Chesapeake Bay while he was trying a night flight from Virginia to Maryland. And in 1951, the Navy named the destroyer DD-454 the USS Ellison in his honor. And that's it. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Wine, too. Good job. All right, I'm sorry, we don't have 9. We actually have 6 left. So who's next?
I can go next. So I had, back to my sheet. What is a PIM and why do we use it? So from the instruction, a PIM is a narrative style report that provides an assessment of brief periods of training and or duties performed outside the purview of the regular reporting senior. PIMs are most suitable for short periods of duty or training to document significant accomplishments. For periods over 10 days but less than 90, consider submitting a NOB report or consider a concurrent report for over 90 days. So the main uses for the PIM are for any personnel performing duty under instruction or temporary duty under instruction for periods less than 90 days, active duty and FTS personnel serving on short-term additional duty or temporary additional duty orders, inactive duty reservists on inactive duty training or IDT for travel, performing temporary duty away from their assigned training unit. Inactive duty reservists on active duty orders for periods less than 90 days. So basically and then it talks about how it doesn't go into your OMPF. It's supposed to be basically like a kind of like a brag sheet for your command to use on your next eval so that they have that information to use and give you the best blocks possible. So this is what one looks like. I don't know if you guys can see it. So it doesn't have like blocks or anything. It's a letter format, and it is purely for informational purposes so that anything is done during that period of time, whoever you're reporting to at that time can put in a PIN for you. They send it to your command. And then when you have your next evaluation, then they can put that information on there.
Perfect. Good job, Wine too. All right, who's next?
I'll go next, ma'am. My question was what were the previous core values and why did they change? So the previous core values were tradition, integrity, and professionalism between 1955 and 1992 to match that of the core honor, courage, and commitment, instituting a unified set of common values for the Department of the Navy by CNO Admiral Kelso in 1992, a product of the Core Values Initiative established by the Chief of Naval Education and Training. And then I also found this article. It says at that time in 1992, the Navy's official banner words were tradition, integrity, and professionalism, and the Marine Corps were honor, courage, and commitment. A few tentative remarks were made before General Walter Boomer, then Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps, said empathetically, Marine Corps values are honor, courage, and commitment. Marines learn them in boot camp. They identify with them and remember them. We like them. They are working for us, and we're not going to change them. There was no similar defense of the Navy's banner core values. The words were never well known among sailors. The words were not working for sailors. And there was really no reason to object to adopting new words to aspire and guide the sailors. So I had a hard time finding who changed them, but I think I kind of narrowed down the why.
Wine too, you did an excellent job. Good job.
Thanks, ma'am.
All right, who's next? 4 more to go.
I'll go.
Next. Oh, you can go.
Okay, I'll go. So my question was, who was the first female chief? And I think PS2 Wilson did a great job of describing who she was yesterday, but it was Loretta Perfectus Walsh. She was born in 1896 in Philadelphia, and at the age of 20, she enlisted into the Navy. She was the first active duty. Well, she enlisted as a reservist, but she was the first active duty female that was a non-nurse rate. She was a yeoman, and yeah, she was the first female chief.
All right, good job. Wine two Patterson, you gonna go next?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So my question was, who is George H. O'Brien Jr.? So George H. O'Brien Jr. was a Marine lieutenant in the Korean War who was awarded the Medal of Honor for spearheading the capture of an enemy-held hill while wounded by automatic weapons fire during the First Battle of the Hook. He was born September 10th, 1926 in Fort Worth, Texas. He died March 11, 2005. He attended Texas Tech University, earning a bachelor's degree in geology. In July of 1949, he enlisted as a private in the Marine Corps Reserves, and in 1951, he was ordered to active duty, where he entered Officer Candidate School. He joined the 1st Marine Division in Korea in September of 1952. So the First Battle of the Hook was a battle fought from the 2nd to the 28th of October 1952 during the Korean War between United Nations Command and Chinese forces over several frontline posts. In March of 1952, the 1st Marine Division moved to the Jamestown Line, which was the United Nations main line of resistance across Korea. So by October 26, Several American positions were overrun, but on the 27th of October, the Marines counteracted, and Lieutenant O'Brien was commanding a rifle platoon of the 7th Marines, 1st Marine Division, leapt from his trench, shouted for his men to follow, and raced up the hill in the face of small arms, artillery, and mortar fire. He was shot through the arm and thrown to the ground, but continued to lead the assault, pausing only to aid a wounded Marine before hurling hand grenades into enemy bunkers. Wielding his carbine in hand-to-hand combat, he killed at least 3 enemy soldiers. After that, he was knocked down 3 times by the concussion grenades hurled at him, but refused medical evacuation and continued to lead his platoon over the next 4 hours. A year later, Lieutenant O'Brien was presented with the Medal of Honor by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, and he led with this quote, "This Medal of Honor is not mine. I hold it in trust for many young people who didn't become grandfathers."
Excellent job. All right, who's next?
I'll go. My question was, who was James Elliott Williams? James Elliott Williams was a Native American with Cherokee roots, born 13 November of 1930 in Fort Mill, South Carolina. He wanted to join the Navy so bad that when he was 16 years old, he actually visited his county clerk's office and kind of hounded them to get his birth certificate changed so he could join a couple years early. He's most notably known as the most decorated man in naval history to this day, enlisted man in naval history to this day. His rate was a BM1 or a BM, and he's most noted for his time during the Vietnam War when he was on a patrol boat, River Patrol Boat 105. His team saw a Vietnam sampan boat drive by, and there was a couple rounds and like they drove off, and he and his crew of 2 boats and 10 men chased after them, and they followed him into this barricaded area, and it turns out that it was a staging area for Viet Cong guerrillas who were getting ready grenade launchers and small arms to make an attack against American forces. So it was from the article I read, he said it was a kind of like a freeze moment to where like he kind of saw them, they saw him, and they all were like, oh crap. So during his quick tactics and his evasion moves, he did like a hard turn and like made waves. So all the Viet Congs who were trying to shoot at them on their boats, like they were rocking and they were missing. A lot of times like their aim was like hitting each other. So they were kind of like self-destructing themselves. And also the people on his boat were firing back at them. Kind of almost like a scene out of Call of Duty. But after they got out of there, the only way out was straightforward. So they kept going forward like throughout the barricaded area. It turns out there was a second staging area right next to it. So they went to that one as well. And they did more of the same zigzagging through, dodging fire, sending it out. And at the end of the day, when all the smoke had cleared and everything else, him and again with his boat of 2 boats and 10 men, they took out 65 enemy boats and 1,200 enemy troops. He retired in April of 1967, and his crew, who mostly called him old man because he was 36 or 39 when he was leading them, and the people who were leading were like young people who just came in like 19, 20. They most noted him for his leadership. One of his quotes that they caught in All Hands magazine, like July of '98, was he said, "You got to stop and think about your shipmates. That's what makes you a great person and a great leader, taking care of each other. You got to think team, because it takes a team to win any battle and not an individual." After he retired, he did work as a U.S. Marshal in his home state. And when he passed, the Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy at the time came and spoke at his funeral about his leadership and how well he led his sailors and what an inspiration he was. Some of his medals, I'm not gonna read the ones that that we all usually get, but he had the Medal of Honor, the Navy Cross, Legion of Merit, Purple Heart, Combat Action Ribbon, United States Service Medal, the Korean and the Vietnamese Expeditionary Combat Medal. And after all that, he has, yes, 2 Silver Stars also, you are correct. After all that as well, in December 2004, the Navy named DDG 95 in his namesake, the USS James E. Williams. And their motto is lead from the front.
Excellent job, IT2. I believe we have one more. If nope, that's it. Actually, we have everybody. So really good job. The reason why we do these heritage questions, one, it's for public, public speaking, right? Getting you comfortable of getting in front of a group of people and providing, some type of dialogue. Two is, like I said earlier this week, we as sailors don't get enough of heritage. When I came in, I truly admired some Navy historians. That's what I like to call them, people that can spit these things out just like off the top of their head, like memorize. And I can tell you in my 17 years, I've never been able to master learning about heritage. And I think because of our workload, we don't get the opportunities to talk about some of these things about our naval history, right? Our heritage, some of the people that paved the way for a lot of us. So every class, we like to take the opportunity to do this and to keep reminding you guys that, hey, we're the keep of our heritage. So you as leaders, if you're not starting from your level of saying like, hey, instead of reading the POD where they have, the Navy history of the day and they put a date on there and that's it. And I can tell you in my experience, I look at it and I just kind of throw it to the side. But you guys can start the conversation in your work centers and say, hey, do you know about this? Hey, fun fact, let's talk about this. There's ways that we can still, don't lose, what we've, as a whole, as an organization, lose our heritage. So before we start our closing remarks, I want to talk about, ELF in general. So just like Mr. David Deary said, I've been with the program for a little over 2.5 years. And I can tell you, I was truly honored and humbled to get the torch from Senior Chief Patrick Evans at the time. And for me, the Enlisted Leadership Foundation is a nonprofit organization. So what does that mean? This is not your PON doc. Everything that we put on for you guys, our first classes, this is all volunteer. They don't get paid for this. The Navy didn't put them on contract. This is them coming to say that, hey, I want to provide something to our E5s. So we've had the fortune not only to do this for sailors, we also have brought in outside services. So we also instructed the Coast Guard and some Army and some Marines as well. So for them, I truly admire them putting this on and then them doing this as much as they have, because they don't have to. And, when you get to this level in leadership, you constantly think about, what is my legacy, right? We all talk about, hey, I want to be a mentor, or, I look up to, people in leadership, but how do you really give back? So for me, it's been an honor and privilege to do this while I was enlisted. It's truly an honor to close out this class with you guys, and actually our first virtual class. So I would like to personally thank David Deary and Rosa Wilson because they are the ones that allowed me and selected me to carry this torch for them. So truly humbled. I mean, at the end of the day, I always tell people I was never going to be the MCPON. Obviously I'm not going to be a command master chief or, a master chief, but to go on the other side and kind of give back to you guys, just being that role model, being that person that you guys can look up to and say, hey, at the end of the day, I didn't dream to be, a warrant officer, but it happened. All right. There's plenty of people that paved the way, that listened, that gave me some advice along the way. And that's where I was successful today. So if my first classes are still up, I would like to personally thank ABH1 Milena, YN1 Ramos, IT1 Williams, and let's see if they were able to stay on. I don't think they all were able to stay on. And then HM1 Rufo this week for coming and volunteering their time. So again, a lot of times they have to take leave in order to instruct. We normally put this on in person over at Anchors and Catering here in San Diego, in San Diego. And the class is normally 3 days. And we literally go about 8 to 9 hours each day, literally from 8 until 1600. So we do a lot of interactive activities, hands-on discussions, And I just want to thank you guys for being here as well, because I know some of you guys are obviously I see some of you guys at work. I see HM1 over there in Guam, you know, coming in before work. So again, you guys are the keeper of your own leadership development. So it doesn't stop with just what the Navy has to offer. You guys have to read, you have to, you know, learn, you have to, you know, be coachable, get coached, mentorship, all those things. So I hope you guys took away everything that you learned these past 3 days. Again, our job is to give you guys a foundation of leadership, right? To intrigue you, to get you to start thinking outside the box. And then obviously we want to see you guys succeed. So I say this every class, if you ever have the opportunity to make first class, reach back out to Enlisted Leadership Foundation and become a facilitator. I mean, this is just one small, simple way that you guys can give back. So I just want to say thank you again, and I'm going to turn it over to the ELF board for closing remarks.
Isn't Rosa supposed to pop in? Rosa, where are you at?
Yeah. Do you
There
see
you
me?
are.
Okay, I'll be brief and quick here. Again, definitely want to thank David, who's the president of the ELF, and definitely special prayer and blessings to the warrant officer. We all know her as Senior Chief Alicia Jackson, and all the facilitators, and special thank you to Brian, Mr. Bennett, that actually came on today to present his portion in this evolution by updating the curriculum for us and making sure that we can provide you the best product and better service of all. I am one of the board members on the Enlisted Leadership Foundation. I'm a retired Master Chief, served 30 years in the Navy. To bring us to a brief, as I said before, I want to thank you for joining in, especially the guys that's not here locally in San Diego and the ones that's gone, that's overseas that's joining in, especially the one that's in Guam that's doing this early in the morning. Two things here for you, actually three. One, leadership is always about lifting a person's vision to high sights. The raising of a person's performance to a higher standard. The building of a personality beyond its normal limitation. And as a junior second class, that's my favorite pay grade. Always identify your problems, but never give the power and energy to solution. My example of that, if you ever get a chance, Google the three donkeys. The story behind that is the three donkeys were fenced in. There was a log that was blocking them to get over. The first two donkeys jump over it. The third donkey looked at it for a while and used his mouth to realize that you could lift up the log that was blocking them and walk right across. So that's what I mean by identifying your problem, but give your power and energy to the solution. Again, thank you. And I would have loved to meet a lot of you in person, but God has blessed us with doing this virtually. And back to you, warrant officer, when you say you never dream of being a warrant officer, the famous quote, and I always give a quote, I never dream about success, I work for it. And it's a staying longer. Thank you guys and enjoy the rest of your day. And happy Thanksgiving, God bless.
Thank you, Rosa. David?
You know what? Rosa said enough. She was great. Alicia, you've done a great job. I'm good.
All right, guys, it is official. You are now the graduates of LPO Academy Class 29V for virtual. So give you guys self a little hand of applause. Again, biggest thing about, leadership in general is learning how to network. There's so many fantastic second classes across this room. Please, if you are open to, drop down your email so that you guys can stay in contact. You never know what you need until you need it. And this is a good way to kind of network in your circle. Again, for those who have not updated that Excel sheet, please go in and edit it. I know some of you guys sent me emails and messages. But think about it. It's like 30 something of you guys. I have to go in individually. If you edit the sheet, it's already done. That saves me time from messing up your certs. All right. So again, if you haven't been getting the emails from David every morning, again, send me a quick note. I'll make sure that you're updated so that you're taken care of as far as your graduation cert. Okay. Some of the first classes are going to stay online. I'll stay online for a little bit if you guys have any direct questions or concerns. But thank you. God bless. Stay healthy and good luck to you.
Stay warm up there in Newport.
Oh, it's freezing. I can't wait to get back to San Diego.
Ma'am, I'll trade you. You can take Guam. I'll take snow.
Copy.
And
Yo,
nobody wants to leave.
crazy.
I'm like hesitant to log off. I feel like I'm gonna miss everybody in the discussions.
Because you will.
I'm just
Yeah.
waiting for something to happen. Not gonna lie. Like I'm gonna go. We're all like intently looking like, what's next? Yeah, they said we're done, but
Hey,
Kind
this
of
is
like
how it
that's
always
it.
happens.
That's all we get.
If so if anybody has any first classes that you want to put in for a Foundry, those applications will be, I'm working on that now. But for your E6 is the first 2 weeks of January, and that class is going to be the last week of February. And if you think if you have a chief, senior chief, or even a master chief who you think would be really good mentors, not some of those toxic leader ones, I'd ask you not to recommend those. But the mentor applicant, because even when it comes to the Foundry class, the mentors that we use, they have to submit an application and they have to pay as well. It's not a free ride. And it's not people that say, hey, Dave, here's a dude or a dudette I want you to take. So those applications will be beginning December 4th. So just so you know, you'll see that flyer on social media this weekend probably. And so, don't think because you're an E5 that Foundry doesn't, that you can't influence and affect who participates in that class. Especially now that you have a better insight of who the Enlisted Leadership Foundation is. You can go ahead and say, hey, man, I participate in the LPO Academy. If the Foundry is anything like that, you certainly want to attend. And so when you make first class, go to the Foundry, because the goal ultimately is the facilitators that we have in this class are Foundry graduates.
ma'am, if you can just give me that first class that we talked about a moment ago, I'll just attend the next Foundry class. Just whenever you're ready. You don't have to pay me. I just want the rank. If I get the rank, I can retire.
Yeah, I didn't know that it was a awards quarters for HM1 Syriac.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm pretty sure I just got math on this.
Wow.
I'm speaking into existence. That's what it is.
Ma'am, the only issue is until they change the test, I can't score a 95.
What did we talk about? We said I can't. I can't, or you won't.
Oh no! This is a physical impossibility. until they make it above 80 points, I cannot score a 95.
What's your eval looking like though?
I'm just waiting for some poor instance at my last command to roll off, and then I'll be good.
Okay.
Hey, Syriac, remember when you were saying that anyone that has failed their PRT can't get an EP?
I've seen people get an MP, but I haven't seen an EP.
Bro, I just seen it like last week. Someone got an EP as a first class, even though they failed their PRT.
I think the common thing is most of the time that can be a deciding factor, especially in the foreman range. Is people, everyone does the same job in the directorate usually, or there's that one separating factor, and they're like, well, this guy failed his PRT. That can be a huge factor in it for us at least.
I've seen them in our it's touching on what H2 was talking about is like straight up like, oh, you failed your PRT, you're not getting higher than a P. But I've seen it really, like he was saying, depends on the command. I've seen people be like, nah, you're not getting above a P. You failed your PRT, you're not physically qualified. And I think it's because we drive home, we work with, I mean, a few of you do too, before I say this, because it's not fair for me to just generalize. But since we go with the Marine stuff like that, as
Because
corpsmen, they like
I don't know
shove
if
in that stuff.
you stay behind or not.
Yeah,
So
there's so many mitigating circumstances and it's command to command. Even on selection boards, different things are weighed differently, if you will. But I would tell you whether you get a DUI, an NJP, a failed PRT, whatever, the best way to overcome that is get involved in the program. If you get a DUI, how can you get involved in the DAPR program or some program, some way to help people not fall into that trap? If you fail your PRT, how can you, what you can do? It doesn't guarantee an out the chute. Now, granted, if you just got your eval and you fail your PRT and the chain of command has 10 months to see what you've done before your next eval, it's very likely that you could show having overcome that, if you will, that diversity. But when I've sat selection boards, sometimes it's a nice marker to know where failure is, and then to say, okay, there's rock bottom. What did they do from there up? As opposed to finding somebody that's never made a mistake, got all these EPs evals, and now I'm trying to really find the meat from all the adjectives, if you will. Does that make
I
sense?
also agree with that too, because when I got buzzed down, like hands down, I got an SP eval, and then like last year I got a 5.0 eval. I can show you right there. You can probably see it. You see it right there.
That's why you were asking that question. Damn. I'm gonna need a photocopy of that because I'm pretty sure you signed it as your own senior. We're gonna need to take you back, get another SP on that for the record. Don't worry. Counseling shit, forward it to member. We got this.
Don't let it get you down, man. Don't let it get you down.
Congrats on the 5.0 though.
That's ridiculous. I've never seen one of those.
That's the first time I've seen one.
Come through, OS2. I want to be just like you when I grow up.
Yeah, OS2.
Just
Let me know
like
your
you.
command. They're hooking you up. I just need to become an OS at this point. Dang. But speaking of what Mr. Deary was saying, I didn't personally see it, but my master chief would preach it because this was her career. This is one of the master chiefs I thought was command changing. Like some master chiefs were just kind of there, but this is a CMC. She was like awesome, breaking barriers. So she actually got in trouble, and this is a big no-no for corpsmen. She had a friend who was going to date someone else, and she had, through her job, found out that that person she was dating had an STI. And she warned her friend. And it was like, I can't remember if it was like HIV or whatnot, but she found out that the person that he was dating had that. She warned him. Somehow it went through the grapevine. Because of that, usually we lose our caduce. You're not a corpsman anymore. Bye. Her command fought for her. She still got busted down to HM2 from HM1. And because of that, she was like, and it gave her a massive black eye at the command. Like she was scuttlebutt about everything else. They ended up, she refused to drop the collaterals that she had and kept going, was like in charge of the color guard and everything else. The thing had all these like massive first class collaterals in the second class, and pretty much wrote her own packets and stuff and made herself put herself up for sailor or whatever it is for second class for her command at the time of the year, made it, got mapped to second because they couldn't say no. Like she was just head over, like just leaps and bounds above the second person of a second class, like second place, that they couldn't argue it. So they had to map her. She gets mapped. And because of that, the following year, she goes up, or whatever cycle or whatever it was, she went up for Sailor of the Year as a first class, which she was so high because performing as a first class right there. And it's in the same year. She goes up for Sailor of the Year for Navy, makes it as the Sailor of the Year, gets automatically promoted to chief. Her command, she was like, they hated me. I went from a second class to a chief after getting busted down from first. She's like, my whole command hated my guts. The ones that still hated me more when at my next command I picked up senior chief first look. So, OS2, you got some. I'm expecting you to be senior chief by 2022. So.
Sorry to break it up real quick, but I have to go. Ma'am, are you still there?
I am. I'm still here.
Oh, I was just gonna ask real quick before I head out. One book for me to read. What would it be?
If I had to pick one book for you to read, oh, wow, you stumped me. I like John Maxwell, honestly. I like John Maxwell. So whatever John Maxwell books that you could read, I enjoy every book that I read from him.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right, bye everyone.
Hey Ortiz, have you tried the Seven Habits series?
7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I've read those.
Okay. Him and his family have a few other good books too. I can't remember the exact names though. I think his son also has another program that's something different or similar but different. I just can't remember what it was exactly. I read it a while back.
Okay, well, I'll go back and look it up.
Yeah,
But all right, guys, I'm gonna head out. It's my nap time. So.
Yuriak, how do you know Manalo?
It's a Manalo?
Oh well.
Oh my God.
Ensign Manalo.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. He's officer or an officer now.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this before we continue. Do you know Daniela?
No, I just know him because he picked up MESEP.
Gotcha. So he was at my last command as one of the first classes in the department. Dude's great. He is a character. He's very special. But he's very, very caring and empathetic. He's very like down to earth. He doesn't throw around like his rank. Like he will pull like a, excuse me, is that how you're gonna talk to me? But like he's very interesting. Like
Bro, so from my understanding, he's gonna undergo a sex change.
Yeah, which is Daniela. That's why I asked that.
For real?
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that. But okay, good to know.
If you see him, or her, let him know, or her. Sierra said he's not ever going purse shopping with you again.
Okay, yeah, because so now I don't know if I'm gonna call him or her ma'am or sir when he or she becomes officer. So
yeah, they're awesome. Like he was a really good dude. I'm not really for the gender Y thing. I know it's a very political thing. I believe in him or her, but you know, he was a really cool dude. He was because he was a male when I had him.
Whatever they want to be referred to.
I just hate the they thing. Like I don't mind saying girl, boy, etc. I don't mind saying you're in transition. If you want either or because you're in transition, cool. I just think that they thing's kind of out there and it kind of is already killing the English that most of us are bad at. And that's where I fall with that. Is I don't like the English language is chopped up and like scrambled.
It wasn't a shock to me because when I knew him, he was very flamboyant. Like
yes, yes,
you know, and he was a doc for the Marines. But
I used to joke around about his quad qual. I used to change
fell in
his stuff.
line though. They fell in line. Like he was. Well, like the last time I talked to him, he did say that he was gonna transfer over to she. So like
so
and he was taking like whatchamacallit, like
the pills or the or stuff. Yeah. So
and it caught me by surprise and I'm like, oh man, that's crazy because I went on deployment with him. We went on Liberty together, you know, and like, you know, and shit, like he's a very huggy person too. So
he is.
yeah.
So
look, I'm just letting you guys know you guys are being recorded. No, I'm messing with you.
That's fine. That's fine. Oh, you can play this back for him or her. He'll be like, yep, that's Syriac. Yep, that's him. Or actually, he'll make a comment like, oh, that's Syriac. or something like that. He's hilarious. I love him.
Congratulations
say,
to him for making me sip though. So,
yeah.
Oh,
He's a cool dude. And I would definitely say when I met him, and I figured as much from his personality, but going back to what you were saying with the Marines, when it comes to the Marines see you as Doc. So like you're put on a pedestal, and like it doesn't matter like your I'm trying to think of it without sounding odd or making political.
I know what
you're
you
like
mean. Like
your
even
kinks, your different like things that are weird with you. They don't give a hell as long as you do your job good. Because to them,
I
they
know
need
what
to
you
make sure that when they
'cause,
go
like,
wherever, they can trust you.
I've seen HM3s that staff sergeants and sergeants like
bow down to,
and I'm like, God
yep.
damn, how much?
And that's why Coleman loved going with the Marines is you are that one provider. So when they're on the field, like there's so many stories that you can look up about corpsmen with Marines. You're that one dude that saves them from death. You're that dude that's supposed to be in the fight with them, and while you may or may not use a gun, going more towards the one a movie that came out about the Army.
Mm-hmm.
You are that person that puts them back together and keeps them in the fight and makes sure that they're going home to their family at the end. And I mean, we all care about our family and stuff like that. So it's like a deciding factor. And so a lot of Marines, like you're almost on an officer level without being on an officer level when you're with the Marines because you have so much pull, so much everything. You're the one looking at the E7 gunny as an E3, E4 going, gunny's going, all right, we're doing a 4 mile march. We're going to do a run and we're going to do this. And you go, gunny, it's black flag. It's like 98 degrees out here. Humidity is out the wazoo. Gunny, we ain't doing that today. Excuse me, Doc. Gunny, you're going to have people fall out, and I only have so much to care for you guys, so we're not doing that. And then Gunny will get a little upset, and then he'll probably go to first sergeant and be like, oh, Doc told you no? Yeah, Doc said no, you're not doing anything. Sorry.
All right. I hate to cut you off real quick. Warren.
I'm going to go. Take it easy, guys. I got to go give COVID sampling.
Hey, I sent you a request on Facebook, by the way. That's
I'll
why
accept it.
Can you hear me, Warren?
Y'all need like
I can hear you.
Ma'am, I heard you say that something about San Diego. Are you stationed in San Diego or are you?
So I'm getting ready to leave. So I was stationed in San Diego. I'm in Newport right now going to school, but I'm coming back to San Diego for about 3 weeks before I transfer to Norfolk.
Norfolk.
Oh, okay.
I just came from Oceana.
Hey, but yeah, RS2, I got you. She's supposed to be sending it to me real soon. So yeah, I got your info on the Excel form. But
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
RS2.
Yeah, other good resources. There's meetup groups on Facebook too.
Okay, yeah.
What you do?
I heard there's like a MECEP university or something.
Yeah, that's a pretty good resource. I use that a lot too.
Okay, for sure. All right, y'all.
You guys know that there's another group on Facebook that actually provide mentorship if you want to go for officer program.
Yeah, there's one. I forget the name. I think it's like Mustang. There's one for prior enlisted too. It's like
Yep,
Mustang.
it's Future Mustangs. If you search it, it'll come up on Facebook. But if you hit me up on Facebook, I'll share it with you as well.
Okay, I would definitely be in touch, ma'am.
You're working, RS2. We talked about this. You're working.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Thank you,
Appreciate you
guys.
All right, bye, everybody.
Ciao, ciao.